Hello, welcome in. Hi. We are here. I made it. Totally didn't run. Already, I was like, good. Every time. Welcome in. So I wanted to try something different today. A little bit different. It's not a lot different, but oh, sorry. I like just ran. I ran so fast just now. I want to try something a little bit different, and essentially I changed around my camera a little bit just for the funsies. So now I can move side to side and like stay side to side. And I can also lean, and when I lean, I get a little blurry. It's like such a small thing, but I was like, I want this, so I have it now. I'm a runner. No, oh my gosh, I ran, because I was like, thinking about it, I was like, I forgot to grab a drink, and I really wanted a drink, so I was like, okay. The song was, the opening song was halfway through already, and I was like, okay, let me, let me see if I have enough time to go grab a drink. It was, needless to say, not the smartest decision, but I made it, that's the important part. Lean. Yeah, I've always been able to lean, but I don't normally have this camera turned on. Normally I have this camera turned on. Oh, I think I did the wrong camera. Normally I have this camera turned on, which doesn't allow me to lean because the camera follows my head. But if I turn on the other camera, there we go. If I turn on the other camera, I can actually lean today. And I get blurry when I get closer. I don't know why. It's like a small thing, but I'm like, oh, this is so cool. So that's us today. But welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. I was a little here. Let me take a drink. Since you redeemed drink totally because sorry. Brain. Okay. Let's take a drink. Depth of field, that's actually exactly what it's called. I was looking at the camera and it allows you to have so many different things. I haven't really gotten a chance to play around with Warudo ever since we first set it up. And there's so many things that I can turn on and turn off. Like, I can turn this on. I don't know what I would use it for, but I can turn it on. Isn't that cool? I don't know. It's like a thing. And then we have like this thing, which makes it a little bit darker. I don't know. It's cool though. Wait. What does this do? Oh. Guys, stop falling asleep in the middle of class. I'm still teaching. Good morning, sunshine. It's nice to see you guys. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many things I haven't played with. So I don't know. I just wanted to try out something new today. Welcome in. Hello. Still Barbie. Still Barbie. It gets blurry because it just says the... It's ironic because I literally just made you guys pass out. Maestro. I'm a bit of a camera nerd. I'm glad, Isaac, because you know. What do you mean that's not cute, Isaac? What do you mean? Oh no, I'm so sad. You got a coffee? No, I feel that, Vasago. I feel that. That's why I ran. Well, I don't have coffee, but I needed a drink. Whack him with a book. My friends, my English is bad. Bonjour. I wish I could. Where's Aokuni? Aokuni is our French resident. He speaks full French. I need him to help. But thank you again so much for being here, though. I do appreciate it. Hi, Marine Boy. Welcome in. Cuties. Hi, Cruel. How you doing? I said it was cute, though. No, but look. It says you're saying it's not cute. What are you talking about, Isaac? Wait, Isaac, are you on mobile right now? Hold on, wait. Oh, I don't know how to show you guys this. I'm just gonna throw it in Discord and then... Oh, well, wait. I'm evil! This. It's Isaac! Isaac said I'm not cute. I am absolutely calling Isaac out right now for no reason. I woke up and chose to be evil. There we go. With the misspelling and everything. I'll just leave this here on stream for today. There you go. Drowsy, welcome in. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I like ran really fast, so I just got back. Who? Wait, what happened? You had a dream about me and Maestro? I was gonna say me and Spelling. I'm an idiot. I was gonna say me and Spelling. I'm like, wait. Hi, Runic. Wee. So, Barb, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. Merci. Oh, wait, did I say that right? Oh, wait. You guys are gonna be mad. English to French. Thank you. I'm pretty sure it's just merci. Merci. Oh no, I don't know what that means. Wait, let me see. It was nothing. Yay! Yay! No worries. Oh. But yeah, oh no. You guys. All right. Well, I hope someone here. I hope someone knows French. I do not. Ooh. And you have the next few days off. Oh, that's so exciting. What are you gonna do with them? Is it like a staycation kind of thing, or are you going to like? Are you actually going out to do something in particular? Yee. Oh, wait, let me see if I can. You know, there's a dude. His name is Nutty. And he's coming up with, or he already did. There are other French people. Oh, yes. There are other French. Like I said, I know. Rudik. Sorry, Rudik. Your name is Blue. It was Aokun. Aokun French for. Don't know if anyone else French for real. Oh no, my mic. Hola! Wait, did it fix itself? No? Okay. Hold on, let me do something. Hold on, let me see if I can fix it real quick. Like, for real. Thought I was playing clips? What are you talking about? No, everything is broken! Can you guys hear me now? Sorry. I'm making sure everything is a-okay. Can you guys hear me? Oh, ow. Can you guys hear me okie dokie now? Sorry. My microphone broke. Cause the audio is different. Oh. What happened? Rhodiola? Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, my microphone. I have microphone issues. Actually, let me know if I'm too loud now. It looks like I might be too loud. Hold on, let me be quieter. I feel like I'm way too loud. No, I was too loud. Oh yes. Oh my gosh, it is so hot today. It is so hot. Oh, I think my mouth is broken now. Ooh. How could this happen to me? I'm gonna flashbang everyone. Hold on, give me a second. Let me go invisible. Invisible spell, go. Whee! Well, I wanted to work on a new announcement today. Because we have, next week, witchcraft. Oh, next week we have a community event, a community art event coming. The signups for it are going to be until July, so we have plenty of time to sign up. Oh gosh, flashbang. So there's plenty of time to sign up, so more information will probably go at a later time. But in the very least, I still want to like keep mentioning it every stream that there is an event coming. It's basically you get to make a room, like a room of the academy. You get to design one. Oh no! My microphone really not be working. Doobie-doo. It really doobie-doo like this. Hi, Sayu! Also, if it looks like I'm laggy, it's because when I first start up the program, it's a little bit laggy, so ignore the lag. It'll fix itself. What do you mean? No, don't you leave. Don't you dare leave, Dynamite. It doobie-doo. Doobie-doo. Scooby-doo. Wait, no. What was it called? Doobie School. Doobie School. Hold on, let me see if I can fix my mic, my face, my microphone. Doobie School. All right, why are you not working, microphone? What are you doing? I actually don't know how I put my microphone into. Is it under face? It might be under face tracking. Scooby-Doo, Doobie-Scoo. Some type of software specifically ducking your audio, forcing it when it breaks. It's so weird. I don't know. I don't know anymore. We thought it was the lifter. Honestly, the lifter, even if it wasn't the lifter, particularly, the lifter needed to get changed anyway because it was going to wind up breaking my microphone. But I'm not gonna be able to fix it until I get to talk to my friend later today or tomorrow. Whenever I have the time, and time is a rare commodity. Wait, commodity? Is that the right word? Commodity nowadays. Ooh. I know, it worked for like a month and then it was like, eh. All right, let me see if I can find my microphone so you guys can actually see my mouth moving when I talk. Let's see. Because I tried restarting it and it didn't work, so it must be because it's, oh, here it is. Microphone. Restart microphone? Is it working now? No? Da 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 da. No. Da 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 da. Wait. Oh. That. No, I don't think it's working. I think that's just my. I think that's my camera capturing my mouth. Commodity is right. We're commodity. See, I said it wrong now. Commodity. I guess like I don't know. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. I might switch it. Oh gosh. Switch it back to the other one. You got it right? Thank you. Which is doing new chat warnings? What is the chat warning? Pasago, if you want to let me know. You like it, I'm gonna blame it on my PC. Fair, Drowsy. Honestly, fair. I don't know any of the hardware stuff. Unless your knobs are broken. Which is rare. Yeah, I don't even touch my knobs. I hope nothing. I hope it wouldn't be broken. It isn't loud enough, though. I feel like I'm too loud now. Beans. Thank you for the link, Vasago. Wait, before I click on that, let me do one more thing to see if I can fix my mouth not moving. And if this doesn't work, then we're gonna have a weird ventriloquist stream today where my mouth is barely moving. All right, let's find out. Let's find out if this will work, and if it doesn't, then beans. Honestly, truly, beans. All right, hello? Firstly, can you hear me? All right, my mouth is working now, but I think it's more important that you guys can hear me than my mouth is working. So if the microphone breaks at any point, let me know, and I'll just figure something out. Let me see. The more I hear spelling, the more spelling I hear, the better. Oh, drowsy. Starting today, you and your mods can use the new chat warnings feature to send anonymous warnings. Ooh, I like anonymous warnings to chatters when they're acting out of line. Can I test it with one of you guys? Hold on. How do I do this? Let's see. Let me click on that link. If only you could use it on mobile. Oh. Yeah, mobile always seems to get things like late. It's weird. Mobile gets things early and then it also gets things late. To send a warning, click on the user's view card and click warning. All right, warn me. All right, Isaac, let me click on your view card. And I can click on warning. Oh, I can block you. I don't want to do that. Is this it? Manage suspicious? No. Oh, let me open it into a new, maybe I shouldn't open it. It also says I can slash warn. Let me try slash warn. Oh no, what happened? Oh. I thought that was me. I thought that was me that deleted the message. I was like, wait, I didn't do that. I hope not. Let me try slash warn. Username, so Isaac. We're gonna warn him beans. It says unrecognized. Is it a beta thing that's going out, which means only certain channels have it right now? Or is it something that's gone out to everyone? It also may be the fact that I'm trying to do it through OBS, so let me actually go into Twitch itself and see if we can do it. You guys ready to warn Isaac? What should we warn Isaac? I hate cheese. Warning need. Oh my gosh, now I have to warn 2 people, bro. I'm not gonna take that cheese slander. Are you kidding? What? Okay, let me see. So we're in normal, oh right, I forgot my camera is different today. Whee! I have like a video. This is so weird. I have a camera thing. So I have to warn Isaac for calling me not cute today. Yep. And I have to warn Vasago. How dare you say whatever you said about cheese. I'm sorry. I read it for like a second. All right, let's see if we can turn on. I want to show you guys this. Oh yeah. All right, so here's my channel. Oh my gosh, secret for stop, you guys. I'm gonna have to warn everyone. Okay, Isaac, let's see. I have the option to mod you. Hold on. Open native Twitch card. Let me try that. Invite? Invite to what? Whisper? I could unfollow. I don't want to do that, though. Timeout, ban, mod. What does invite mean? If I click on that, I'm scared. Oh, crap! Oh, I can invite you to a stream together! Oh my gosh. It says starting today. It's true, but I don't really see the option on the Twitch card. Here, let me see. If I /warn, because it says /warn's supposed to work as well. But apparently that doesn't work either. Also, Isaac has their own emote on 7TV, if you guys can see that. Not available to stream from work? No, it's okay. Nobody Dynamite! Oh my gosh, you guys. Cuddle makes some scrambled eggs with cheese in it. Do it. You know, yesterday was National Cheese Day. Okay, that's how you time out. Send a chat warning. What? It's not working for me. Maybe they haven't exactly rolled it out yet, even though they said they did. Maybe starting today meant starting at like later. Like not yet, but oh wait. No, it looks like some people are able to do it. I don't know. It's a really cool feature though. I would like to try it. In the very least, maybe I'll try it tomorrow. Merp, look, they wait, let me grab the tweet again. They added chat warnings. You can do it anonymously. Yeah, rolls out 11:59. You can warn in chat. Essentially, you can like oh wait, where'd it go? Here it is. If you do /warn, or if you, there should be a warn button on their card. We were looking for it, but I can't find it, so it might not be out just yet. But it essentially allows you to warn a user of what rules they're breaking. And then you can send it anonymously, and then the chatter will be like, whoa, instead of like having to... Don't show on stream, did you set up chat rules? I think I did. Wait, why can't I show that on stream? Here, I'll look at it off stream. I'm not allowed to show that on stream? What? Hold on, wait. Let's see if I do. Maybe that's why it's not showing. Oh, wait, maybe I don't have chat rules. I think it's on my other channel. I don't think I ever moved it over here. Oh, I've been streaming from here for so long. I mean, you could, but I'd never show my dashboard. Oh, wait, it's in the dashboard? Seems interesting. Yeah, it does seem really nice because it gives mods and streamers and stuff the ability to basically, and it lets people, okay, wait, let me go back. It lets mods and streamers warn a user if they're doing something wrong. So literally it'll pop up saying, hey, you better stop, rather than having to call them out in chat, which makes chat really awkward. And you guys know how that is. Because sometimes you can't show because TOS. I will not. How do I get to the, oh, is it under mod? Wait, where is it? Settings? Moderation. Let's see. But on the other flip side, if a user's acting out of hand, they might not even know. They might not know that they're breaking rules. So, and obviously they don't want to be called out because it would be awkward. So it makes a lot of sense. Here it is, chat rules. Add a rule. I don't have any chat rules, damn it. Okay, what should our chat rules be? Let's go. Let's make some chat rules now. You can input the rules line by line. All right, you need the rules in order to warn. That's why. Let's see, what are some good... Okay, so I don't really... No backseat arting. No, that shouldn't be the first one, though. The first one has to be special. Respect one another. That's a good one. All right, add another rule. Okay, no backseat arting unless you pay. No. No backseat art. Should I just put backseating? No, I'll do backseat art. Arting? I don't know. Rules. This is hard. No self-promo? That one's really hard for me to do, Claire, because I know people don't do it on purpose. I know, you know, but it's so hard for me to say no self-promo because so many people self-promo. They don't even realize it. They don't realize it. And fair. I mean, I don't know. Behave, yeah, for real. Behave. Unprompted self-promo? Yeah, like, for example, no flexing, no backseating unless asked. Oh, I should put on less asked. No backseating unless asked. Now that we have rules, maybe now people will be like, whoa, respect one another. No backseating unless asked. Enforce things up to you. I know, it's so hard. Okay, I'll put no self-promo. I'll just put no self-promo. Ow! No advertising is better. I just hit my wrist, bro. Don't tell me how to do my art. Yeah. Just write it just like that. Botting should be more than a warning, like an instant. Yeah, if anyone bots, I don't know why someone would do that. No calling you. You're oh right. Don't call me smelly. Be mindful of. Don't call. That's such like a random rule though. Am I really allowed to make that a rule? Don't call spelly smelly. Is it flexing if I say I drew 200? No, no, no. We're talking about like straight up, like someone will come in and they'll be like, oh my gosh, so today on stream I did this and this. And like, it's one thing if you do it after you raid, or if it's another thing if I ask about it, but if you just do it completely unprompted, people don't know, but that is absolutely self-promoting as well. You could choose to be lenient case by case, but having the rules written somewhere means you can enforce it when you need to. And I can't talk back. All right. I'll do no self-promo. Don't call spelly smelly. Oh, I don't know. Hello? My background. I guess we're in the sky now. What happened? I need to figure out what the hotkey is for that one. I don't know why it's wonky. Cheesley, you could call me Cheesley. I do like cheese. It's true. You guys can call me nicknames. It's not like you can't. It's just that's like the most low ball, like bully nickname to call me. Yeah. I feel like, oh no, it's no worries, Visago. Is backseating art different from advice and complimenting? Yes. You can ask for advice, but don't give me advice unless I ask. It's like that, Gray. You can compliment the art, but don't backseat or backhand compliment either, which is backhand complimenting means, hey, I really like the way you drew your hair, but I think it would look better if you did this. That's backhand complimenting. Don't do that either. Which is also a form of backseating. It's your channel if you want the spelly thing. I do, but I just delete people's messages. No vulgar music. We do have song request. I usually just skip it though. Oh. I just dropped something, sorry. I could say, instead of no vulgar music, I can be very broad and I could say, this is gonna sound dumb, but I think it's worth noting. Don't break Twitch TOS. It covers, if I say that, it covers a lot of the stuff. When it comes to a lot of that stuff. Be nice to Teddy. That'll be on your, Sayu? That'll be on your channel. But yes, please be nice to Teddy as well. Speedily. You can call me Sleepy. Sometimes I'm sleepy. What red stuff? Dynamite? What? My self-promo extends to non-streamers who keep trying to steer the stream and chat's attention to them and only talk about themselves. That's also true. Like, I had that the other day. I don't know if anyone noticed. I'm really bad about speaking up, though. I need to work on that. I need to. But I feel so bad speaking up because I don't want to make anyone feel awkward. I already feel awkward, but there are some people who come in and they will explicitly only talk about their own, like, And it doesn't have to be art. It's just talking about themselves. Like, hey, I worked on my car today, and that's the only thing they want to talk about. They don't want to talk about, like, if we're talking about this right now, making rules or anything, they'll just be like, oh yeah, so speaking of rules, I worked on my car today. And it's like, that has nothing to do, nothing to do with it. So I do agree, Burp. I do agree. Give a general blanket rule, keep it to, yeah. Morning, like this. Oh. Wait, there's a Gligar? Can I catch it? Do I have enough time? It should be in all channels. Is that okay? Is it okay to at you or a mod if something is like no? Like if someone's got a cheese it gotcha? Yeah. You can add us because it doesn't ping us. Like, as long as you're not doing it as a spammy where you just literally keep adding us, if you just add us to tell us, like, hey, there was a cheese or something in the gacha, it doesn't ping us. It's not like Discord. Discord, if you tag someone, they literally get pinged, and some people get really annoyed by that. Personally, I don't, because if I do start getting annoyed, I just turn on Do Not Disturb, but I know there are many people who don't like that. And I'm sure there are people who actually use the notifications on Discord, and I don't, and that might also be why. Have a good work, Marine boy. Be careful. Be careful. I feel awkward, but I'm feeling awkward, but it's okay. Are you hitting my soul right now? What do you mean? I feel like I've done this in the past. See, Gray, the difference is, and I'm gonna quote on a line here. The difference is, if you did it before, it's fine as long as you learn from it. If you don't learn from it, that's when it's not okay. Which is just like that one quote, which goes, it's okay to be weak. It's not okay to stay weak. You know what I mean? Heck yeah. We learn in this. We learn here. We learn enough here. Speaking of rules, I know, right, Mikey? I have no. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, I have a small thing though. Is there a way I can reword no trauma dumping? And the reason why is because I did have someone once upon a time who came in, and I can't necessarily say they trauma dumped per se, but when they heard me say please don't trauma dump, because I didn't know how else to say that, they got very mad because they were like, my disability is not a trauma, basically. I don't know how else to word it, but, and I felt bad. I was like, it's not that I meant to hurt anyone. I don't know. I have a very small vocabulary. I don't know how else to word that. So I was like, I felt bad for saying it that way. I did not mean to make them sound like, you know, they had trauma like that or anything. But if there's another way we could word that somehow.
Has entered the stream.
Oh, that should honestly, Dynamite, that's a good one. Please do not talk about gory topics. Should I even mention that I have hemophobia, or just say don't talk about gory topics? I'm gonna remove the word please, and it's gonna be command. Do not talk about gory topics. That sounds so evil. I'm gonna say do not discuss. Gore or blood related. Oh my gosh, I hit the wrong button. Related topics. Yeah. Bro, I have so many. I feel that, Isaac. I have so many things. The reasons are, that's reason for warnings too, to educate before punishing. Right. Oh crap. Hold on. I'm gonna increase the timer to like by 10 minutes. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not gonna increase the timer because I feel like we're working right now. I think this is a good thing to work on. I feel like it's a good thing to work on. Keep topics light. I could do something like that. Or no self-harm or disability talk. Well, it's not that I don't mind. It's well, definitely don't talk about self-harm. That is a triggering topic for me, but like I don't mind going into deeper conversations, because if I say keep topics light, it might sound like, you know, I don't want to talk about, you know, what's the meaning of life or whatever. I'm okay with those types of topics. It's just that, you know, please I'll say, please keep a positive vibe. For now. Because we like positive vibes. And that's not to say you can't have a bad day, but if you're having a bad day and you want to let us know, you could let us know, but then that's it. Just be like, I'm having a bad day. I'm here to be cheered up. And I'll be like, yeah, let's cheer you up instead of talking about your entire bad day and then making everyone else feel bad. That's kind of what I, you know what I mean? That's kind of, yeah. I'm gonna be real, for those people that just want to talk about themselves and try to redirect the stream, I'm using a quote from God of War, don't feel for others that won't feel for you. Ah, it's so deep though, Room. It's so deep. I'm gonna have to reorder these. Some of these seem very odd order. It's hard sometimes. You want to give space for everyone, but sometimes you're just not here for or know how to support. Right. And another big thing is I'm by no means a professional. I'm actually kind of bad when it comes to people who want to talk to me about, you know, venting, essentially. Vent to me. I'm perfectly fine with listening. If you need someone to listen to, I'm here for you. But not on stream, because I can't do that on stream. My mind is doing, you know, first of all, I'm focused on doing art and other things. I don't want to say the wrong thing because I'm not giving you my attention, right? But secondly, I'm not a solution finder. That's for someone else. I know a lot of people, when they get vented to, they like to find solutions to their problems, or the other person that's venting to them problems. I can't do that. I can only listen. I can't give anyone any solutions. So honestly, I can't. No heavy topics. That's a good one. No heavy topics. I simply cannot give any advice to people. I've always been a listener, not someone that knows how to help. I think listening kind of helps, but I just can't give advice. That's all. Sometimes rules can be read by trolls and then they troll on it. Right. That's why I gotta be a little careful. So maybe I shouldn't mention that I have hemophobia. Ooh. I'd mention it because it isn't that you're uncomfortable. It's that you. Oh, that's also true. Ugh. That's also true, but if there's a rule that says please don't do it, then it wouldn't matter whether I'm uncomfortable or if I have like a physical response to it. It's that you just shouldn't do it. I feel like. If that makes sense. I had a bad day because of XYZ letters. I had an amazing day. Great therapy session. Nice drive. It's Philly Steve. It's me. It's a yes day. Yahoo! I wish I had like a good. Do I have a good emote? I have an emote for bad. I don't have an emote for good. Let's see. Can we snag a good emote for good? Good. I think that says like the word good. Yeah, no worries. Is this a real thing? No site couching? What is a site couching? Wee. But yeah, we have a. Why are these all good night? We have a pretty good list of rules so far. I guess we don't have to have so many. And worst case scenario, if we need more, we just add more, right? Yeah. I wanted to find a good emote, like literally an emote that says good. A lot of them say GG. Good boy. No. How many do we have so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8, which is perfect because that's my favorite number. So I'm gonna reorder them a little bit. Just so they make a little more sense. There we go. Save changes. All right. If someone refreshes the stream, can you actually see the rules? I don't know if the rules pop up on mobile, so it might not even matter for mobile. Oh, this one's cute. It says good vibes only. I'll consider it if I can't find another one. Oh wait, this one says good right here. Good. I'll just do this one. Good. Perfect. All right. Now when you guys type good, it'll be good. Yeah, I see it. Yay! Oh, can I? A part of me was like, can I add emotes to it so it looks cute? But I don't know. Is it bad that I want to add emotes to it to make it look aesthetic? Here's the aesthetic rules. Don't break them. Yeah, we'll work on like doing better on the rules, but I think that's good for now. Good. And what that means is I can go over here. I can refresh this. Oh, let me see if I see it actually. You see it on, oh, you do see it on mobile. Oh, wait, I don't want to unmute. Okay, well, I do not see it. Oh, wait, I do see it. Look, it's here. Oh, you guys can barely see. Isaac, I'm removing your thing. Sorry, Isaac. I understand that I'm not, no, just kidding. Look, it's here. Maybe I should have said the word please. Oh, I do have please somewhere in here. Got it, okay, okay. Now I'm gonna warn everyone who was saying all that whack stuff earlier. How do I do this? I'm gonna learn. I'm learning today. Wait, it still only lets me in. Oh wait, it's right here. What did Isaac do? Isaac said I wasn't cute. Be respectful of one another. Okay, maybe I shouldn't warn everyone. Wait, I just thought about something. If I warn someone like Isaac and I share a list, like a ban list, with someone like Rosebell, is that gonna like affect anything? It shouldn't, because it's only a ban list, right? But maybe I shouldn't warn it. I'm not gonna warn you guys. I'm not gonna warn. I just was testing it. Sorry, Isaac. Let me know if it worked. It does like a short timeout and the pop-up's a warning. Okay, okay. Okay, that's good to note. That's good to note. Okay, let me get rid of this. Sorry, Isaac. It worked. Thank you for being the guinea pig. I know you guys were asking, but now that I think about it, I was like, maybe as much as you guys really want to be warning guinea pigs, maybe I shouldn't, just in case it messes up your guys' profile. Like, I don't want Twitch to look at you guys and be like, hey, wait a minute. These people are getting warned a lot. Let me, let's do something about that. Yeah, that would make me feel bad, so I'm not gonna do that, but you have to acknowledge. Okay, so now you guys know, and if you guys mod anywhere, or like don't backseat mod, because I know a lot of people don't like that either, but if you do mod for anywhere, let your streamers know. Because I think that would be really cool. I think that's a really cool feature that they have so far that I can tell. And now I have rules. The important thing is that it's in writing, so people have less grounds to be of a butt when warned. Oh, I didn't know. It's common sense. Yeah, I feel that. I'll definitely, you know what I might wind up doing after stream? Because I have a bunch of rules in the Discord. I might move some of those rules over to Twitch. Now, a lot of them, or some of them are Discord specific, so it wouldn't make sense to move, but of the ones that do make sense to move, I'll probably just move them over. And so it's kind of like unified. But for now, at least we have some rules. Now we have some rules. Heck yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you for sticking with me to learn all that. Hi, City of Burrito. Oh, there's a new feature on Twitch that lets you warn users instead of just timing out and banning and having to call them out like in stream or in chat. You can literally anonymously warn them now. And I think it's really neat. I think it's really neat. Yay. Aw. Thank you, Isaac. Aw. I backseat streamer. Yeah, you know what? I feel like that's a big one that might get used a lot. When people backseat or promo. I'm so sorry. But when, now we can do that, and honestly, so I don't have to call people out, or mods don't have to call people out. Mods warn this guy. Yo, that would... Yo, this dude was backseating. Can mods, can you warn them? Hello? No, completely, like, negating the reason for it. Oh, no. No, the true question is this only for affiliate and up, or I feel like anyone can use it, Gray? You'd have to correct me if I'm wrong. But I feel like it's something that everyone can use. I don't even think they put it into a beta. Unless they did and I just completely missed it. Because if you look, I already have it and it just came out, so I'm like... which is cool. So definitely take a sneaky peeky. If you guys need to put on, thank you for the twink. If you need to update your own rules, I can give you guys a link. No, wait, it might not. It might not be a general link. Never mind. If you go to your streamer dashboard and you go to your settings and then your moderation tab, it'll look like this, but input your username where it says username. Yeah. That's where you will find the rules to go and add rules to your own channel. All right, let me close things. We did it! Yay! I think that was worth it though. I think that was definitely worth the time. Rules is available for pre-affiliate. Yee! I love that. More than mods ban this guy. Mods, warn this guy. Oh no. I can see the memes now. All right, today we're gonna be working more on Makari's animation. I just have to open it real quick. Wee! Oh crap, there was, I keep missing the Pokemon. How? How do I keep missing them? I just gotta open my art program. Error. You backseat streamered by letting you know this, or was I more the news guy? I feel like it was more of a news guy. It'd be different if it was like, you told me about it, and then you tried to walk me through the entire thing while I was reading and doing it myself. And then on top of that, or if I like was like, okay, I'll set it up later, and you're like, no, you can set it up now. This is how you do it. It's basically when you, if you guys don't know what backseating is, it's basically when you tell someone what to do. It's not like, hey, check this out. It's not, you know, simply like saying, hey, your art looks nice or anything. It's literally when you tell someone what to do. So if someone is playing a game, you tell them where to go. If someone's doing art, you tell them how to draw, you know? If someone's singing, you tell them how to sing, like, I don't know. You should be opening your mouth wider, like, you know? It's those kinds of things. That's what backseating means, essentially. When you tell someone to do, specifically unprompted, unsolicited, you know, when it wasn't asked, that's what backseating is. It's also very different if someone asks, like if I ask you, hey guys, how does this look? Or, how do I do this? Then, you know, it makes sense because I asked. But if I don't ask, which 9 out of 10 times I do not, that would be considered backseating then. Yee. Chat rules are, but is the warning edition thing? It should be gray. It should be. Yeah. If you want to post the link one more time, Visago, for Gray, and anyone else who would like to read more about it, feel free to post the link one more time. The Twitch link, or the Twitter link posted by Twitch. Oh my goodness. All right, let me open Bakari's thing. I feel like so many times when I have to talk about something, I start using, thank you, Visago. I have to use my hands to talk, and because I use my hands to talk, I can't draw. Is it just me? It's not just me. I know it's not just me. All right, let's move over. Whee! Oh, wait. Hello? Why? Why? Why am I in the sky? Got Italian? I do. I am Italian. I'm 1/4 Italian. Hold on. I gotta fix the sky. Go away, sky. Go away now. Hold on. Ooh. Here it is. There we go. Sorry. Oh, I should not be able to lean now. Yeah, I can't lean. My lean. Spelling in the sky. For real, for real. You know what? Wow. You know what? I think I realized I use 2 different cameras. And I use 2 different scenes, so I might as well have 1 camera set up per scene. I don't know why I didn't think about that. I don't know why I didn't, you know? We learn every day. Hi, Miso. I'm gonna take a drink real quick before I start. You should be able to see this, though. Makes sense to me. No! My grandfather is Italian. My grandfather actually came from Italy, and my grandmother came from Germany. Well, They were born there, and then, you know, then they moved to America and stuff. I don't think my grandfather talks with his hands or anything, though. Believe it or not. No matter, he's very Italian, too. But I don't think he talks with his hands. Now, he's extremely loud and very rude and, you know, stereotypical old person syndrome, but, I don't think he talks with his hands. Work time, let's go, let's go. Oh, wait, speaking of work time, I finished Animon sketch yesterday. So let's see, done. We are working on, where is it? Oh, I finished 25 too. Although I think 25 and 28 are the same. Oopsies. Yeah, it is. I take those W's. Let's see. Let me see what tasks I have. I'm gonna annoy you guys by spamming chat real quick. Oh, Rim! I'm sorry to hear. Oh, hi, how am I saying organized? Okay, so firstly, I started doing a master to-do list instead of a weekly to-do list. Now, it's all up to however people are able to do it best. So what that means is if you work better with a weekly to-do list, then absolutely do that. But I have been using weekly to-do lists and it's been doing nothing but adding more work to do. Spamming chat, no! It's been more work to do than not. So instead, I started doing a master to-do list so I can remember all the things that I have to do and I don't forget anything. But I do it I don't do it at a very specific time. I just do it when I can get to it, if that makes sense. That's one way I've been staying a lot organized. And I have it broken into 4 different categories. Commissions, Twitch, social media, so that would be Patreon, even though it's not really social media, but I threw it in there. Twitter, Instagram's on there, but I'm still thinking about it. I did make a Kara. I did finally make a Kara. Here, let me grab the link for that. If you don't know what Kara is, it's a new thing that's coming out. I don't even know if it's new per se, but it's something that's been talked about a lot. And I was checking it out, and holy crap. Even if it doesn't blow up, even if this app doesn't blow up, yeah, even if this app doesn't blow up because it becomes popular or anything, this is actually a really well-made app for artists. Or website, or whatever you want to call it. Because essentially it lets you make a portfolio. I'm not sponsored, by the way. It lets you make a portfolio. It lets you, when you post your stuff, like I've been posting animations recently, it lets you categorize your stuff by the field or the medium that you work under. So for me, it's animation. You can post it based off the project that you're working on, whether it's personal work, commercial work. You can give it tags rather than using all these hashtags. You literally give it, let me just show you guys. That would be so much easier. So I did this Naoko one. I'm not sponsored, but I just thought it was really cool. So I've been posting a lot of the animations one at a time, a little bit. You can title your artwork. You can put the field that it's in. It has a bunch of different fields, and I'm sure they're going to add more as time goes. The project type, commercial, personal, different tags for searching, and you can put the software that you use, and you can choose whether you just want to post it onto your profile or if you want to add it to your portfolio, in which, and I'll show you guys that. For anyone who cannot see it right now, it is linked because I posted the link in the chat, but if you can't see that right now, this is kind of like the portfolio, and you have 2 different views you can have for your profile. And you can set up different views for your profile depending on what you prefer people to see when they first check out your profile. So you can either have this portfolio view, which shows like everything. I only have 3 things right now, so I don't have a lot to show. Or if you would prefer people to see your posts, kind of like the way Twitter is, you can set it up so that people will see your posts first, and you can pin a message, which I have my reel pinned because it makes sense. Sorry, I'm not even, I literally just started using it yesterday, and I'm already like, I like it a lot, I do. It's basically a big portfolio website to find work as an artist. More so than a social media, but it does have social media aspects for sure. Like I said, this probably wouldn't replace, unless they just want to. This might not replace things like Twitter, but even if this doesn't get popular, I think that it's a really well-made site for artists. And this is what I meant by your default display for whoever goes into your profile. You can either choose between this view or this view. However you want. You want Instagram or do you want Twitter view? Just kidding. Hi, Wozy. Hi, Woz. I'm talking about Kara right now. I'm sorry. I'm not even... Like I said, I just started using it. It's not super big right now, but it's just a really neat website. You know what? Shoot. F it. F it. I'll show you guys. Okay. I don't know why I didn't do this from the start. This is the Kara. They're changing things up. It feels more like DeviantArt, right? Does it? I don't know what old DeviantArt was like. So this is kind of Kara. You can see there is like a feed, so it is sort of like a social media. Not super popular though. So again, if you're expecting this to be super popular, it's not. And I don't know if it will. I have no idea. I cannot predict the future. But even if it doesn't, we'll make a post. I'll show you guys. It is super cool. So if I were to make a post right now, right? Let's say I wanted to post the next art piece. So this is the next one that I made. You can actually format how you want it to look in your thumbnail, and all of mine are GIFs. You can upload video, but it has to be through a YouTube link or some other like hosted site. It doesn't actually, you can't post like the video. So I've been doing GIFs so far. You can post how the thumbnail you want it to look. If you're adding it to portfolio, you can have like all this detail. So what I do is I title it. I'm not really good at titling my stuff. Sorry, it was gonna be a lame title. Velamin and Spelly. Oh. What? Hello? Velamin and Spelly's picnic. It's not very. You can add like the different mediums. So they have like a bunch of different mediums you can do. Right now, they only have what looks like to be 2D, 3D work and IRL, so sculptures and stuff. But maybe they'll add some other stuff in the future, I hope. At least I'm really hoping they add music and stuff. Totally not because of Maestro or anything. You can add if it's a commercial work or a personal project. So right now I've only been posting my old personal ones. Eventually I'll start getting into my commercial ones. And you can have a bunch of different tags. They have a lot of tags. A lot of them don't pertain to me. Or at least I haven't really been trying to find if any of them pertain to me, but they do have a lot of tags to choose from. I don't know if you can make your own tag. Let's see. If I just wanted to make Velamin a tag for some reason, can I actually make that a tag or no? Oh crap, oops, I accidentally posted it. I hit enter and it posted. Okay, so keep in mind if you're typing, don't hit enter right away because it'll just post. It'll just post it. Okay, but you know what's cool? You can edit your posts. Did you know that? Unlike freaking some of the other things where you can't edit it. So I made this on Clip Studio Paint. And I like to put the dates just for me because I have a bad time remembering things. Oh crap. Sorry, my thing. Is that an Ayo Kuni? Ayo Kuni? Hey yo? Thank you so, oh gosh. Oh, hello Raiders. My name is Spelly. I'm not falling asleep. I'm your Mr. Switch on Twitch. And I do art and ambitations. Thank you so much for the raid! Merci! Ayokuni, bonjour! That's all I know. That's the only French I know, sorry. I don't know any more French. Ayokuni, we actually just talking about you because someone came in and they were like, oh, I'm French. And, yeah, I was like, where's Ayokuni? But it was fun. How are you? How was stream? What'd you do? Hey, let me give you, wait, did we get a shout out for you? No, let me give you a shout out real quick. Also, I'm sorry I haven't been looking at chat. I'm really bad at this. I was like really excited to show you guys about Kara, so I've just been showing you guys about Kara. How was Destiny? Wait, did Destiny 2 come out with a new DLC recently? Because I've been seeing a lot of people playing and I have a feeling that's what's happening. But yeah, so now that I posted that and I had to edit it because I messed up. So just to let you guys know, if you hit enter, it'll just post it, so be careful. But now, see how I did the thumbnail? Yeah, but you can see that it's all posted. I don't know what the thumbnail's for, if the thumbnail didn't show in the thing, but it's okay. That's okay. It's done. It has been posted. And I think it's really cool. I just think it's really cool. And I have my default view as all posts right now, so you can see my pinned post because my portfolio is super lacking. But eventually, I'll might change it back to my portfolio because I have all these things moving. I think that's cool. And yeah, you can have video and it can have audio. I think Gray had asked. So if you, can you guys hear this? I'll play this while I go through chat. Sorry, I haven't been looking at chat. I was going on a big rant because I don't know, it's really cool. They're getting traction now because artists are swapping off of Instagram because of the new AI. Yeah, I've been considering MERP. I've been considering about the whole Instagram thing. It's a tough call. For me, it's not a tough call because I don't have any traction there, but I can completely understand it's a tough call for a lot of artists who they basically made their name on Instagram and then moved to other platforms. I can only imagine how they feel, and that must really suck. Yeah. Video hosting and playback is mega poopsy. Ask Tumblr. Right. So that's why it's cool that you can at least upload videos. And it works. It doesn't autoplay, so someone would have to play. So I have to keep that in mind as like someone, because for example, if someone's scrolling on here, they see a video, I have a smaller percentage that they're gonna hit play on the video because you literally have to hit play, as opposed to a GIF where it's already auto-playing in the thing. So because of that, I might try to make sure all of my things are GIFs instead of videos, but I wanted to post my reel as my first thing that I ever posted on there. I had to make it special. It's just so cool. Actually, you know what? I don't think I never added the title and stuff to this because I didn't know. I didn't know about that stuff. Let me do it right now. Let me do it right now. Right meow. Are they use your art for a? Yeah. I wish they, oh, that's right. Kara doesn't do not safe for work stuff right now. I wonder if they would, because I mean, you have a lot of, I want to say you have a lot of oh wait, hold on. I want to say you have a lot of safe for work stuff, specifically to Rosebell, but at the same time, I don't know how strict they are with it, meaning if you're showing a lot of boobie, no nipple or anything, but if you're showing a lot of boobie, does that count as not safe for work at that point? I never considered it, but I guess websites might. Wait, but don't they have, there was a thing that I was looking at recently and they had an option where what was I looking at recently? It was an option where you had to select if something was safe for work or not. Was it not Kara? What was the, hold on. What did I do this morning? There was something that I did and I had to specifically select if I do safe for work or not safe for work stuff. I don't remember what the website was though. The only critique I hear so far is the no not safe for work. Yeah. Aw, I'm not good at titles too. Yeah, I was like, I'll just throw a title in here. But yeah, I think it's really cool. I'm not saying anyone has to make a switch. First of all, I wouldn't recommend switching anything. Having things under your belt is not a bad idea, especially to kind of secure a name if you are worried someone might take your name, especially as the more established VTubers and stuff. I heard something about Iron Mouse recently had her name stolen by someone somewhere. I don't know if it was on this website or on some other website, but so at least securing usernames isn't too bad, but at the same time, I also would not recommend. A lot of people, when they see stuff like this happen, they're very quick to say, all right, I'm going to stop using this one other app and start using this new one. And I would not recommend that. Like, I'm still going to be using Twitter, for example. I'm still iffy about Instagram, but that's more so because of the AI stuff and less because of there's a new site out. I wouldn't stop using, especially a prevalent social media, if you do use a social media, just to use something new. I would not recommend that. I'm just showing you guys how cool it is because of all it was mostly this thing where when you make a post, you can add all this stuff. That's what I really like. I'm very easy to please. So I saw that, I was like, oh, this is so cool. It's so cool. Hold on, wait, I clicked on a thing. I'm I'm gonna force you guys to watch my animation reel while I'm just yapping. Although I'll mute it. You don't have to listen to it too. Oh no, it's so laggy! Here you go. I'm gonna force you guys to watch my animation reel while I'm just yapping. So you have something pretty to look at while I talk. You know, yeah, the little bugs like that, yeah. I mean, I guess we should report those bugs too, so that, you know, to make something to make website better, something, but I also don't know how to. I would not be against it though. Thank you again. Oh my gosh, Ayokuni, I'm so rude. Thank you again so much for the raid. If you have to, I'm sorry. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, please feel free to. I am so beans right now. I was like going on a mega rant. I'm sorry, Ayokuni. How do you say I'm sorry in French? Oh. Wee. It's offline right now because they need to fix stuff. Oh, that's right. They, Kara had the glaze feature. If you don't know what that is, it's that thing to protect your art from AI. But I saw that yesterday when I was looking at it, they have it offline because it was being abused. I don't know what that means, but right now it's offline. But that is something interesting that they literally have the glaze feature like built into the site itself. Eventually we'll be able to use it again, maybe. New Destiny DLC, I'm glad. I'm glad that it is good. I hope everyone that has been playing Destiny lately are having fun with it. 12 hours, you're so tired. I'm sorry, if you do have to rest, Ayokuni, I completely understand, sorry. I was yapping so hard. I was yapping. To be honest, oh, I missed a comment. If you want to repost it, Mika, go for it. Sorry about that. We've been having scares. It has happened several. What did we had? Mastodon. Oh my gosh, there's so many. I can completely understand why people wouldn't want to make another social media site. Mastodon was one, but that one's been around for even before all this happened. Blue Sky was a thing. I think it's still, I don't even know. Threads was a thing. There's so many. So I'm just mentioning it to you guys because I really like the way it's set up. Even if it doesn't blow up and become popular, it's just a cool portfolio website. Kind of like ArtStation. ArtStation, what are the other sites? ArtStation is the only one that comes to mind, other than making your own like card for your portfolio, which is what I have right now. But it does cost money, so you know, it'd be nice to not. just not. Even though it does look nice. Did I see a Sako? I saw Sako pop up on my screen. Sako, hello! We were talking about Kara. Sorry, I'm yapping. That's okay though. Twitter doesn't care anymore. Corn. It's true. Corn. I think, what was the link to the moderation? Oh, it's, I don't have the link offhand, but I can do, streamer dashboard, then you go to settings, and then you go to moderation, and it'll be in there. I spelled dashboard wrong, so we're gonna ignore that, but you guys get what I mean. Hi, Yokomino, welcome in! Whee! Aw. Yeah, I'm not making any super jumps for anything when it comes to Instagram, but I'm definitely I'm just kind of like sitting. Like I said, it doesn't affect me too much because if everything was true about Instagram and I pulled out of Instagram and everything, it wouldn't affect me too much because my Instagram is small. It's small. It would suck because it's nice to have like the cute little view and stuff, and you can, I don't know, there's a couple things about Instagram that I like, but I don't really use Instagram that much, but it really sucks for those that do. Especially those that I can think of off the top of my head, like 2 or 3 people that I know of that use Instagram because they started making their name known through Instagram, so that's gotta really suck. Ooh. No. Uncle Vita, I appreciate it. Quick question. When you post on Kara, can you post the video with audio in it? Yes. Yes, you can. Oh, wait. Why am I getting highlighted? Is that... Oh. I thought someone was whispering me and I just read it out loud. And I was like, oh crap, did I just read someone's whisper out loud? Like, you know how sometimes some of the bots, they will inlay the whispers in the chat, and then I don't know what's a whisper and what's not. I sit here like, did I just read someone's whisper out loud? I did not mean to. Friends don't say sorry. They don't. Ayokuni? The bunny parts are my favorite. The bunny highlight. Aw, I'm glad you like. Oh, you do mean Bipsies? Oh, are you talking about this that we're watching right now? Hi, Oz. I went off on a big rant. Here, tell you what. Let's go back. We'll go back to art. Or in the very least, if we don't go back to art, I'll go back to this art so you guys can see something you haven't seen already a million times. Well, I don't know. You guys may have seen this a million times at this point now because we've been working on it. I think that will be okay for now since it's not. Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not competition. Does Glaze even work? I want to say so. I've never used it myself, but from, I don't know. Yes, no? I cannot say yes or no because I do not know. Ah, Sako, thank you. I'll have to check out. I think I saw some notifications on Kara. I'll have to go back and look at it at some point. Wait, am I think I feel like I'm super far behind on chat. How far behind on chat am I? Yeah, with a founder that is very openly anti-AI. I think that's a really good part with it. Anti-AI art and stuff. No. Let me grab a water real quick. Oh wait, this is where I put the streamer dashboard. What is a dashboard? No, Sako. What are you talking about? The heck? You need to be vouched by another verified non-AI artist on Kara with their art on the line if you want to elevate to a proper portfolio. Wait, you mean I don't even have a proper portfolio account? There's an even better portfolio account version on Kara. I didn't even know. I was already impressed with like the simple one of non-verified. Damn. I wonder what that looks like. Yo, my mind's just gonna be blown if I get. Sorry. Oh man, I'm getting dizzy. Hold on, let me take more water. I haven't been drinking enough water today. Rose told me we're supposed to drink 2 liters of water. I had no idea, or more. I had no idea you're supposed to drink that much water a day. I drink like somewhere roughly around 1 liter of water a day right now. I did not know you're supposed to drink more than that. I thought 2 liters was actually too much. Someone here told me, I don't know who, that 2 liters was too much in a day. When we were you remember when we were getting the new water bottle and I was like, oh, the new water bottle is 2 liters. And someone was like, whoa, that's a lot. You can't drink that all in one day. And I'm like, what do you mean I can't? So it's bad for you to drink 2 liters in a day. And I'm like, what? I didn't even look it up. I took it to heart. I didn't know. Dang it. Oh, that's fair, Cheery. Oh, welcome in, by the way. Cutie. Oh. Sorry, I am sweating right now, so I'm trying to not think about that. Oh, thank you for the head pat. I'm just hopeful because I miss having a site. I do miss having a site to scroll on and look at a bunch of beautiful art. Because the thing is, when I go on social media sites and stuff, I look for inspiration. Like, I'll go and I'll find something that looks really freaking cool, and I'll be like, I really want to try something like that, or I really like how this turned out, you know? And then lately on Twitter, like, not super often, luckily, but maybe like 2 out of 10 times when I look at something and I look at the comments and people are like, this is AI, and I don't trust it at first, but once it's confirmed, or even the artist is like, yeah, I used AI, then it's like, yeah, it gets harder every day. I know, that was my yap timer. Okay, for real, in 10 minutes, once the break timer's done, then we'll actually do some art rather than watching this over and over. I do like how it's coming out though. I will say, I do like how it's coming out. Lore animations are, Claire. Goo. I like lore animations. Glazing works, but it's reversible without much effort. Oh, but it prevents passive scraping. Oh, so it's like people can remove the glaze, but it takes effort, and a lot of people don't want to do that kind of thing, Sako. Have a good work. You're catching up. I don't know how far behind I am on chat. I'm trying. You're that far behind? If you, yeah. Checkable. So, no, I am not that far behind. Am I really? Hold on, I'm okay. I'm hunkering down and I'm reading. You drink 3 liters a day? I could not. I'm told 8 cups a day. That's what I was told. 8 cups a day. Wait, how much is 8 cups? How much? Hold on. How many cups are in a liter? How many cups are in a How do you spell liter? Oh, I put letter. Ugh. 4. Oh. The gears turned in my head, and I was like, "Good." Oh. I did have some cheese today. Oh wait, look, I caught up. Oh, I was not that far behind. You guys made it sound like I was like 2 paragraphs behind. I caught up. I did miss a mine on though. I'm a little sad. 2 quarts? How does that help me? I don't know what quarts is. I don't know. I'm not a baker. Jan, welcome in. Sorry, my brain was like, we're waiting for you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes I'm able to catch up on chat pretty easily. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys a little secret. It's not even a secret. You guys already know. I have chat on my tablet. For example, if I screenshot my tablet right now, this is what my chat looks like for me. Now, I have this really bad issue though. Okay, this is the art, and then this is chat on the left of my tablet. Hi guys, it's you, cuties. But instead of being smart and using the chat that is on my left, I decide to use OBS's chat, which is I have to literally look from my tablet and look up to see OBS's chat. And I'm like, why do I do that when I literally have chat right here? I have it, oh gosh. Oh, I was trying to zoom in on chat. Right here, I have chat right here and I don't look at it. It would make so much sense. I don't understand. Why do I do these things? I think it's partially because I don't want to look down. Because whenever I look down, my model like kind of goes wonky. How do other artists deal with that? Because you have a camera, and it has to look at, you know, for your model, to look at your model. How do you deal with the fact that when you're looking at your tablet, your model doesn't go like, you know what I mean? That looks so weird. Oh my goodness. Like, I just don't know how some people look good when they do art. I'm like, how do you do that? Oh. No, I was not a Harry. I have one Harry Potter book. I don't remember where I got it from, and those things are big. I was a whole book behind. I was like a page. Y'all find it weird that the in-states our sodas are measured by liters and not quarts? Why? Wait, why would it be? I don't find that weird only because everything's pretty much measured by liters. So if you start doing liters and quarts, it's gonna confuse people like me. All I have to do is learn how many quarts are in a liter, and I don't do that. Yeah, no, it's okay, Claire. As long as you guys don't mind that I yap a lot, then I do enjoy reading chat. Now, I will let you guys know a little streamer secret. Now, or should I say a spelling secret? I don't even know. If you start your message with tagging someone, so if Anamon, for example, hi Anamon, by the way, if Anamon wanted to talk to Aokuni specifically and didn't want me to bother reading his message, all you would have to do is tag someone at the beginning of your message and then say something. And typically when I'm reading through chat, I will skip over any message that starts with someone tagging someone else. Or replying. If you reply to someone, it usually looks like a tag to me, and I usually skip over it. So little secrets, if you guys ever notice that I don't reply back to you for something you said, it's either because I did honestly miss it, or if you start your message with a tag to someone, I just skip over it because I assume you guys are talking to each other, which is perfectly fine. But I want to let you guys know. I want to let you guys know that is how I read chat a little bit faster, so I can read like if someone's talking to me. I make sure it's, you know, I gotta be like, like, you know what I mean? Or, I mean, obviously, I also try not to read. Here's another little streamer secret. If you guys have a lot of stuff to read and not a whole lot of time, read it in your head, which I don't always do. As you guys see, sometimes I read things out loud. But if you read things in your head and you, instead of reading it all out loud, you reply to it out loud. That saves a lot of time. Unless it's something that you have a really hard time reading, then, you know, or it's something you want to emphasize, like you're about to go on a monologue about what this person said, and so you read it out loud so people understand the context, then there's another, here's all these streamer secrets that I don't even follow myself, so I hope you guys enjoy. I do not even follow it myself. Does it, wait, you could change the camera angle? So if I do this, does it look, well, no, because now I have my freaking hand in my face because of the darn pose. How are you doing, Anamon? Recall juices are, I recall juices are, wait, juices are quarts and not liters? Are you sure? I do not know. I'm not reading that. No, wait, but if you tag me, it gets highlighted. If you tag me, it gets highlighted, and then I for sure will see it. Maybe I should bring back, I took away the highlight message because I didn't think there was a reason to use it. Maybe I should bring that back. I don't know if anyone would use it though. You know what my issue is? If you look at my channel point redeems, I have so many channel point redeems. I have so many. I feel bad. I don't want that many. I want to be a little organized. I don't know what to get rid of and what to keep though. Because I like them. I like a lot of them. Like if I got rid of some of them, I'd have to get rid of some of the throwables. Or the outfits. I don't even know. I don't want to get rid of the outfits, so I like that one. I'm gonna drink, thank you. Drinky time. Oh, I'm spitting all over my tablet, bro. No, I'm not gonna drink paint. Ew. Oh, thank you for the shout out to Rose. Oh wait, did we get a shout out to Rose? I don't remember seeing Rose pop up. It's true. I do like discussing things, Okamino. It's fun. I like yapping. Don't get me wrong. I apologize for yapping because some people might come here for the art, but I personally enjoy it. Like, I don't think I've ever had a just chatting stream.
Hello, my name is Rosie, and I love Spelly.
It's both. I like yapping. I don't think so. I'm trying to think if I ever have. I don't think I've ever had a just chatting stream where I only talk and I don't do anything else. I'm scared to do it. I know what's gonna happen if I do. I'm gonna be sitting there talking. That is hard. Sometimes as a streamer, you're really third wheeling your own chat. It's true. Like I said, because we do art here, specifically because we do art, I wouldn't recommend it in everyone's stream because some people do like talk, especially a just chatting stream. Then it's hard to have your own conversations with other people in chat because it's a just chatting stream. But if someone's doing art, I can't speak for everyone, but I can speak for me. I like it when you guys talk to each other because it gives me a chance to focus on the art and you guys can still talk. And, you know, it's like a win-win, a little bit. And if it's something I really don't know anything about, I apologize if I just stop talking. Oh, that's right, Anamon. I completely forgot to do the show and tell. Hello? Where am I? I will do it next break. I will do it next break. Sorry about that, Anamon. But at least you're here now. I have to do Anamon and... Oh, sorry. Here, let me give Techno back his points. I have to do Anamon show and tell later after the break. Sorry about that. Twink. Oh, right. Oh no, I think I already drank. Well, I'm gonna drink one more time and then we're gonna start. I yap too much, help. Oh, you guys enjoy it. I'm glad you guys enjoyed me talking. Eee. Wait, shout out isn't working? Well, wait, I saw it, I see it. If you could do it, if I could do it, you could do it. Wait, if I could do what? Then you could do what? Yep. I like it when you guys sing. I heard my name. Oh, sorry, Techno. I noticed that you had redeemed the thing yesterday to test out. Remember when we were talking all about the grade command, and you had redeemed show and tell, and I was like, oh, we have to do a show and tell for Techno, but I was like, no, wait, that's not one. So I just I refunded the points and gave them back. So you got them back. I guess we'll either start lining the eyeball. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna force myself. I'm gonna do something different I don't normally do. I'm gonna move OBS. I'm moving OBS over to my other monitor, and I'm gonna force myself to look at my chat on my tablet, so I stop looking at OBS. The only issue with me looking at OBS is that I'm not looking at the art, so I can't actually work on art. I'm forcing it. You want to know what it might be, though? The chat on my tablet, it doesn't have alternating lines. I mean, my OBS one doesn't either, so I don't know why that's an issue. You guys are gonna be like, can she just do art? I'm gonna fix it so that it has alternating lines, because every time I look at it, I get so confused as to where I am in chat. Let me see if I can just change that really quickly. A little sneak, let me just do a little editing. Let me just just really quickly. Let's see. The question is, how do I do that? No. Maybe it's the theme. If I change it to a different theme. Ooh, it's really big now. I can read things. Readability plus 69. So now it's a lot different because it's really big, but it still doesn't have alternating lines, and I don't know how to do that. But I can show you guys. It's really big now. Look at the difference. Oh, you can see the difference right in the screenshot. Look at that. I don't know if that's gonna help me though. Like maybe? I could try it. At the very least, I could try it. Oh, I also, because I restarted or saved the settings, I missed everything that was just said. Oh, just chatting? I would love to try it one day. I don't even know what I would do though. I'd have to do so much like planning for it. Was searching through. Oh yeah, sorry, Edamon. Yes. Me so. Oh. I'm really bad at understanding when it's a good point to stop a discussion, as I would still like to ask a lot of things about that topic. I would say that if you're on someone's stream, I would say obviously it's perfectly fine to talk about a topic while it's being, literally while it's being talked about. But the moment that it feels like everyone has moved on, if you really, really want to keep talking about it and ask about it, definitely ask in the Discord. That's what we have it here for. We have it so we can talk about these things. Like if there's a specific topic that you guys really, really was interested in during stream, it's perfectly fine to take it to the Discord if we've moved on since then, because it's kind of hard. It becomes a bit disruptive. But it's kind of hard to talk about something and then go completely back to a topic. Now, it does depend. Like, if we just moved on from a topic and you still wanted to talk about it a little bit, that I honestly just chuck that up to stream lag. Stream lag. So, like, if it's been a minute or two and I start talking about something else, that's fine. Because most likely, it's just stream lag catching up. with some people. But if it's been like 10 minutes or so more, then it's probably best to just take it to the Discord and we'll just discuss it there, you know? And then we can be more active on Discord, and then we'll have even more Academy OCs because you guys will level up from talking on the Discord. Because if you guys hit grade 30, aka level 30 on the Discord, you guys get your own free Academy OC. And if you guys don't know what an Academy OC is, I should honestly, I should make a command for that. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me go to my toy house. If you guys don't know, we have Academy OCs. We have a lot of Academy OCs so far. It's basically people who are very active in the Discord and or mods, which are also active in the Discord, but I say that just so the cover base. Let's see, commands, add, I'm gonna name it Academy OC, or should I just name it OC? I'm gonna name it OC. When you hit grade 30, level 30, I'll put that in parentheses. On the Discord, you can make your own Academy OC. This is your own character within the lore of the Academy. And then I'll put in parentheses Spelly's lore. Because most people only know like VTuber lore, but our lore kind of is more world built than just Spelly. You know, no, I'll remove that. I'll just say the lore of the Academy. See some. Oh wait, wait, no, I'll say our current list of Academy OCs is here. There are rules for it, but honestly, it doesn't matter. Up until you unlock the Academy OC. But if anyone has any questions about that, I'll see if oh, look, it's Chamber, kind of. My big hair is in the way, but. All right, let's see if that worked. Guess who's about to be real chatty? Honestly, that's what it's for. I want you guys to unlock the Academy OCs, because you know what's really cool about it? You could use those Academy OCs for anything. You can use them for as long as it stays within, you know, TOS and stuff. You can get art of them. You can make art of them. It becomes part of the lore of the Academy. So, for example, the dude behind me, which again you can't really see because my hair. He is a weapons instructor. We have an Academy nurse now because that's Oz. We have an Academy music teacher, which I can only imagine you guys know who that is. We have an Academy Guardian, which is part of the Grand Council. She's a unicorn. We have the Academy Chef. Like, you make a character and it becomes a part of the Academy, like all the lore and everything. It's so cool. I don't talk about it nearly enough, but I hope that helps a little bit if you guys did not know. And if you click on that link that's in the command, it should work. And it should tell you a little bit about each character, with exceptions to ones I don't know about. And something like that. Let me know. Let me know if anything's broken. Oh, true. Mobile lag as well. Imagine stream lag and mobile lag together. Ooh. That is another thing. Look, I'm actually working. I promise I'm an artist. Artist. Oh no, I missed another bubble lag. Backseat. Oh no, see. No. Wait, what do you mean backseat? So the cool thing about the shared Academy OC is that you guys make it. You can make it however you want. There are some rules. I'm trying to think of how to go about it without having to pull up the rules. Because then I'd have to read the rules. Essentially, you can make your OC however you want. Granted, if you do make it a big meme, a big meme, I'm talking about like if you want a recolored Shrek, for example, more than likely, I'm only ever going to draw it once, and then I'm never going to draw it again, so I won't include it in a bunch of art and other stuff that we do. But if you make if you are for real and you make an OC, there's a lot of cool event things that we do with Academy OCs. A lot of art that I commission with Academy OCs. I don't know. It's just really cool. It's really cool.
Yay.
Rosita Scopo. I want to see Rosita Scopo. Wait, Squiddy. Didn't Squiddy make Schoolgirl? Was it Schoolgirl? Rosie and Schoolgirl. I want that outfit. The outfit for Schoolgirl Spelly. I want it. I love it so much. For some reason, talking in Discord is hard for me, but I'll get there. See, I can understand. It's hard because it's time. Finding time to do it too.
Glee.
Sounds like a magical school anime show. Yeah, kinda. Well, magical girl meets fantasy. Oh, well, granted, a lot of magical girl stuff is fantasy, right? But it's a big fantasy world. Oh, I could talk about this all day. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've done so much world building when it comes to the lore. Again, the lore when it comes to my VTuber, for lack of better terms. It has a lot to do with Spelly, but it's not only about Spelly. In fact, it was never really meant to be the Spelly show, you know? Spelly is not the main... Believe it or not, Spelly's not the main character. It's just... Spelly is the character that I use to stream, that I identify with, because she was essentially... I originally made Spelly based off of me. Hi. Because mostly just because I have half and half hair in real life. Not so much anymore, but... it grows. Hair grows. Did you guys know that? Hair grows. But it was never meant to be like Spelly is... It's not Spelly's lore, it's the Academy lore. And I'm really big on world building and everything. So I have so much lore when it comes to, like, the world. It's so big. But that's because I really love this kind of stuff, though.
Glee.
Oh, my back. Aww. You could, Okamito, but you know what sucks? To become the guy that sits in the corner, you would have to be the guy that doesn't sit in the corner to talk in the Discord and get there. And then you can become the guy that sits in the corner. Oh, let me grab a drink real quick. You wonder what the full rules are? Tell you what, if you remind me in 25 minutes, Miso, I can pull up the list. It's not a whole lot of rules, but there are a couple rules to follow. Just to make things a bit fair. Like a big one, for example, you would think it's obvious, but I can tell you a fun story about it. A big one is that you can't have an overly OP OC. You can have a strong OC, there's nothing wrong with that. But you can't have one that could, like, destroy the world, for example. And another you would think is obvious, but maybe not so obvious, because there's a reason these are rules. These got written into rules because of incidents that happened in the past. Another one that I can think of off the top of my head is you can't kill other OCs. Like, legit, there was a person who was like, I want to make an OC that kills all the other OCs. And I'm like, what? No. So I had to make that a rule. But there's some other, like, small thing. It's not really that big. It's not a lot of rules. It's just some things like that. It was designed so much. Aww. The design. I understand. I also struggle. I'm in almost 200 Discords. Imagine if I was active in them. Do you know how powerful I would have to be active in even 10% of the Discords that I'm in? It's not me, bro. It's not me. Define active too, because I'm not. I don't even. Oh man. It is crazy that hair grows. It really is. I wonder who the MC would be. I feel like if there was an anime for, you know, for our academy. Hold on, I messed up on this. I don't think it would be following one specific person. Like if we had like a legit anime, I feel like it would be like Durarara, if anyone has seen that, where if it like follows a slew of people without it being as confusing, because Durarara is a little confusing to me. I like it, don't get me wrong. But sometimes I get confused, like what's going on? Ooh. Hold on, I'm messing up real hard. Ooh. Because there's so many people at the academy that have their own life and they have like other things going on, and I love it. I love it. So I would want to have like, you know, it follow them. Smells like Academy visual novel. Honestly, oh, that'd be so cool. I don't want to spoil anything, but I think that's a great idea, Locobino. Wink. Wait, wink. Oh, I actually winked. How did oh, I did it twice. I've never been able to wink before. My thing's always broken. What? Oh my gosh. Y'all are doomed. There's a tech channel level 30. Techno, actually, for anyone who doesn't have an Academy OC, if you were to have an Academy OC, what occupation would you want at the Academy? Keep in mind, you can just be a schoolgirl, schoolboy.
Oh,
that scared me.
Belly.
That scared me. Keep in mind, you can just be a student if you want to be a schoolgirl or a schoolboy. You don't have to be someone that works at the academy. But if you wanted to be any occupation, what would you be? That makes sense to me, so. Yeah, I can't imagine murdering OCs. I should respect that person, be confused by him. It was a confusing time. I was like, I'm sorry, but I can't grant your wish. Like, I try my best to be lenient when it comes to creating OCs, because the whole point of an OC is, you know, to have fun with it and be creative with it. But that, maybe that's a little too creative, or I don't know if creative's the right word there, but murdering OCs is not, that's not it. That's not it, bro. You are in, no! Have you, Isaac, have you gotten to the point where you had to make a separate Discord, separate Discord account so that you can be in even more servers? More than 200? I'm not even, oh, what cheery. I feel it. Like, I'm pretty active in my own, with big quotations, unless I'm actually doing something in real life, which, you know. But I try to be active in my own, but there are times where I could spend like a few days just not talking in my own server, so I completely understand. And I apologize to you guys. Unrelated, but speaking of Discord, if you guys are interested, this Friday we're gonna be watching the Knuckles show. I just thought I would throw out some random sellout moment there. So if you guys want to and you're not already in the Discord, please feel free to join the Discord, because we're gonna be watching the Knuckles. It's on Paramount, and I have Paramount, no wait, Paramount Plus. And I have that, so I'm gonna be showcasing it for you guys to watch. If you wanna watch Knuckles in the Discord, we'll be watching the Knuckles. Ooh. Durarara is something you've been looking into. Oh, really? I liked it. Now, just make sure to pay attention, because they go over a lot of different stories really fast, so. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe I just had a hard time paying attention to it. Folklorist? Is that, wait, what? You really liked Isaiah? Wait, is that the dude that, without too many, like, spoilers, is that the one dude who, like, ran into that one girl on the roof? That will literally just say that. I don't need to say any more than that. I think you know what I mean. Because I don't remember names. I have a hard time with names in real life. I have a hard time with names in anime as well. I'd be a school counselor, whee! Or head committee For a school beautification. I don't think anyone has ever wanted to be either of those. That's really cool. What is a beautification? Like a beauty school? Or beauty parlor? The academy, by the way, is huge. It's huge. Like, the land that the academy sits on is about the size of a small country. Really big city. I can tell you, it was founded in the ruins or the rubble of an old city that got demolished many, many years prior. So, if you wanted to know if the academy is built on, you know, is it haunted? I will not dispel any. I plead the fifth, but the academy is huge, 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 huge. That's actually the only reason why Spelly was able to afford the plot of land to build the academy, was because it was built on the ruins. But it has like everything, and on top of that, it has floating islands above it, and it has underground like tunnels and big. What would you? I wouldn't call it a room, but it has underground things as well. So it's not just like one level; it's like a bunch of different levels. But it's huge. It has everything. My hand is itchy. Sorry. Hi, Sketchy! Oh, you'd be the folklorist. I see what you mean, Miso, for the occupation. Sorry, I'm always behind. Ghost in the Machine, a sentient program. Oh, that would be so cool. We don't have anything like that. Reminds me of Star Trek for some reason. the one dude in Star Trek Voyager. Something like that. Security, let's go, Marine Boy. We have one other person who works as the Grand Counselor for security. I think that would be really cool to have like interactive occupations, if that makes sense. So for example, we have one student who is a like weapons specialist student, I guess you can kind of call her. And then we have two weapons specialist Academy OCs, teachers. One does magic weapons. Wait, no. Take that back. One does weapons. One's a weapons specialist and one's a hands-to-hand combat specialist. My brain is like, boo. So I think it's really cool when we have like I don't want people to have the exact same occupation, but having like parallel, perpendicular, I don't know. Having ones that are similar, not exact, but similar is really cool, because then they have that interaction with them, if that makes sense. You have a piano bar? Absolutely. Very roguelike type person. Ooh, actually you remind me of something, but I don't want to spoil it. I think that's really cool though. Like a mini rogue Isaac. Coffee house worker? That would be really cool to see, Dynamite. Did I miss another Pokemon? Beans. All day, every day, missing Pokemon, bro. How can I catch them all when I don't catch them all? Making your OC not OP was hard. Oh no. Yeah, space-time magic is I completely understand, Okamino. Very lovely design though. How you doing today, Sketchy? I know I said that earlier, but beans. Catch it up a little bit. Oh wait, I'm caught back up. Don't worry, we're safe. Sorry. I know. I'll get better. It takes practice. And honestly, why is my hand inside my chest? It just takes practice. I'm practicing, I swear. You like Shizuo? Which one's that one? Are we talking about Durara there? Something that could make me the closest to Big Boss Steak would be my OC. Honestly, I completely understand though, Isaac. Espionage. You could be a spy. You could be the Academy spy. Because the Academy does have enemies. There are bad guys. There's like, here, let me drink. Thank you, Insane. There are people in the world of the Academy, outside of the Academy, or maybe inside. I would not know it. But there are people in the world who do not like magic users for two different reasons. one set of people don't like magic users because they were born without magic, so they've always hated it because it's kind of like a jealousy thing. I don't get to use magic, so no one else should be able to use magic. So they hate on magic users. And then there's literally an entire organization of people who are dedicated to hunting down magic users because they don't like them that much. Which is funny because it partially consists of magic users. So it's like, you guys are like hunting your own people, kind of. And with that being said, yes, and if you guys were able to tell from what I just said, there are people born in the world of the Academy. I don't know what else to call it. The world where the Academy resides, who do not have magic. In fact, there are Academy OCs who do not have magic. They don't use magic at all. They work at the Academy, and that's fine. You do not have to be able to use magic to be at the Academy. The whole point of it is to learn about magic, not necessarily learn how to do magic, but just to learn about it. Which we do teach how to do it too, but if you can't use it, you can't use it. With that being said, there is also a black market. There's a black market of people, bad people, who sell, it's hard for me to word, let's see. Think about it a little bit like the IRL black market, where they sell organs by stealing organs. They have the ability to steal someone's magic ability, which has a high percent, like a 60% chance, for example. Not super high, but somewhat high percent chance of killing the person if your magic is taken away from you. But it's even higher percent of death if you try to insert someone else's magic source into someone who was born without magic. That's like a 90% chance of death. And some people still are willing to take the risk because they want magic that bad. Granted, it is very expensive, and only a very small percentage of magic surgeons are able to hi Jexley.
Hey, I'm Jason. I'm an artist and animator on Twitch. I also play the funny video games, so if you want to see me suffer through some of that, please join the fun.
Only a small percentage of people are actually able to remove magic from someone else who was born with magic. How you doing today, Jacksoy? Welcome in. I changed mine to illusion special. Ooh, a cheery. Very X-Men. I wish I knew a little more about X-Men, but yes. Wait, X-Men are people that are shunned, right? Although I will say the majority of people are magic users in the world. So like, a random percentage, I'd say 9 out of 10 people in the world can use magic. That doesn't mean they do. It just means that they have the ability to use magic. 1 out of 10, even if they wanted to, they can't use magic at all. Now, with that being said, we do have magic items though. Like, you can literally take your magic and store it into an item. People who don't have the ability to use magic, they can still use those items, depending on the item. Some items emphasize your magic, which means you have to have magic to use it already. And it just you know, emphasizes your magic. What is it? The word I'm looking for here. It makes your magic stronger. But then there are some items that have magic stored into it. So example is like a ball, like a baseball kind of looking thing, and you throw it and it lights on fire like a fireball. That already had the magic stored into it, so it's not taking magic from the user itself. It's just taking the magic that was stored in the item so that people who don't actually have magic can use those items as well. It's like, it's so, like, you guys are making me, talk about it so much. There is so much. Oh gosh. Like I said, this has been for many years, I've been designing the world building. So it's never been about Spelly. It's always been about the world. Whee! I like it though. Ooh. Sorry, I missed a lot of what I was saying because I went on a huge tangent. It'd be funny to be that one person that's always forgotten, but somehow always part of it. That would be interesting. Like someone who doesn't get talked about a lot, but yet always shows up in all of like everything that happens, like all the events and everything. Gotta come up with a name for the world. Maybe one day, but if I do come up with a name, I'll have to like constantly talk about it because otherwise people will be like, what the heck are you talking about? So you want to show us? Unless you already did. Oh wait, I think I'm kind of caught up a little bit. Here, let me go back to this. Oh no, I was caught up in this. Let me see. Let me read it out loud before. You just imagine a story arc about someone who's trained without magic and uses technology and stuff to hunt magic users. Ow, very anime stuff. Ow, my head. There's a lot. There's a literal organization. It's not even just a couple people. There's a full organization of people who are dedicated to hunting magic users. It's crazy. One of the Academy OCs, not the shared OCs, one of the ones that I made myself. Her name is Kin. She's like a golden retriever. I can show you guys an image while I'm just yapping. She was unfortunately a part of a big, for lack of any better term, she was a part of a big slave system of people who enslaved beast people. Hers, from her tribe being of like golden retrievers and stuff. And so she knows firsthand people who really hate magic users because she can use magic, and the people who owned her, for lack of a better term again, they did not like her, and so they bought her so that they could abuse her. It was so sad. I don't... Sorry, random tangent because we were talking about people that don't like magic users. And so on one of Spelly's quests, back when she was, you know, an adventurer to doing questing and stuff, she had a mission. She actually had a mission where she was supposed to protect the merchandise while the people who owned the merchandise were out of town. So she was like, okay, I will protect it. And when she found out that the merchandise was enslaved people, she immediately was like, oh, hell no. So she freed them, and Kin was grateful, and she joined the academy, yada yada. That was like a TLDR version, but that is Kin's story, if you guys ever wanted to randomly know about it, OC. But, oh man. No! One of my goals this year was to make an OC of my own. I should really do it. Yes, Isaac. Yes, yes. Yeah, Maestro's Academy OC Nathan cannot use magic. Did you guys know that? Let me see. Here it is. Genius. Yeah, I was so smart with naming her. Totally wasn't just me looking up like, oh, what do I name her? Actually, Kin, I believe, also means loyal. Or maybe I was looking up. I was really weird when naming people. Like, I put some thought into it, but not that much. Reminds me. Oh, that's right. I think I read about the item idea. Didn't I reply back about it, Dynamite? You like stuff about talking like this? I know. I have, bro. I could go off. I could honestly go off on so many of these. Ooh, too many weird ideas are popping in your head now. I hope they're. I know you said weird, but I hope they're also good. Maybe we could use them as ideas. What's your idea, Jexoy? Spelly just chatting. Stream is legit. Imagine I just talk about the lore of like everything. Oh, you guys got me going. Actually, you guys got me going off talking so much. I need a water because I'm like getting dizzy. Here we go. Right, rims. You know what's funny? I think most of the Academy OCs don't have their own magic. I think most of them are non-magic users. I'm trying to remember. Hold on, I have a... Thank you for the twink. I'll twink again because honestly, I need it. Oh, good. It worked. Let me see. If I go to this link, we have Bellaman can use magic, Lyra can use magic, Nathan cannot, Chamber cannot, Winter cannot. Well, Winter kind of, but barely. Winter does not rely on magic in the very least. Lord Crossfield can use magic, and Yami can use magic. So, what was that? That was three. Oh wait, and then wait, Oz. If you can hear me, does Evelyn use magic or no? My brain does. Oh wait, I think. Hold on, let me look. Yes. What's the answer? Evelyn does not rely on magic. Okay. So Evelyn can use magic, but doesn't rely on it. Also, I need to draw Evelyn at some point. So basically half of the 4 out of 8 do not. Two of them literally cannot use magic, and then 2 of them do not use magic. So 4 of them are not magic users, and then 4 of them are. It's funny, it's funny. Oh. Okay, I feel a lot better. Don't get me wrong, I really like talking. I just gotta remember to breathe and drink. Aww. I could go so much more into it too, Biso. It's a lot of fun. But you know what the sad part about everything I've been talking about is? I have none of it written down. All of it is inside my head right now. Nothing is written down. And that's a little scary, honestly. I should get to that at some point and write stuff down. Yeah, it's I know a lot of people who are like writers and stuff, and they have nothing written down as well. Or like storytellers, and they have nothing written. It's like, oh, boo. We gotta write our stuff. I know it's hard. It's hard to find time, but it is important. I cannot negate the fact that it is important to write it down. I just have not done it either. Yeah, I'll just leave that out. You know what I should do? Hold on, let me move my chat so that it takes up the entire... Hold on, let me see. Oh, I want it to take up the whole... Oh, can I not have it take up the whole left side of stream? Or OBS, I mean? Wait, why am I looking at my OBS chat? Oh, I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. Where I'm looking at my OBS chat. Hold on. I think it's because the font... You remember how we changed the font? I think it's too big, and I also have a really hard time reading, if you guys did not know. Let me try this. Maybe this will work. Okay, that is not gonna work. I don't know what that is. Thank you for the save! Don't mind me, I'm working on in the background trying to make things so it's a lot easier for me to see. It also uses custom CSS, which I don't do, but I think that would be worth doing if one day, maybe. Let me set it back to how it was. Hi Z, we're like super yapping right now, and I'm trying to fix my chat so I can read it a little better, because I'm having a hard time reading it. It's a little bit my fault. Let me try changing the opacity on it, maybe? So that way it's not too opaque. Is that the right word? Opaque? Let's see. Opacity. There we go. And then maybe I can actually zoom out so that the text is smaller so that I can see more. What I really want, what I really want is alternating lines, so each line is on a different color background. Because that would help me a lot. A lot. But I don't have that. Okay. There. It should be a little bit easier for me to read now. Perfect for our ad break. Here. I'm gonna play this. I'm sorry I keep yapping, yo. I really do like talking about it, don't get me wrong, but... For anyone who's here for the art, I'm sorry. Here, let me catch back up again. And then once I catch up, I changed my chat again, so hopefully once I catch up, it should be good. I want to see Evelyn in my styles too. I just need to know what the shoes and the legs look like. Honestly, if you could do like a really easy, simple sketch of just the shoes, or if you just want to find an image, if that's even easier for you, I'd love to sketch her out full body. Do you allow fan art of your OC? Yes. 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 I know Maestro answered it already, but I'm gonna answer it again. Yes. In fact, we're gonna be doing art fight this year. Oh, that was another thing I needed to ask Oz. Do you mind, Oz, are you doing art fight this year? And if not, I think I already asked you. If not, can I put Evelyn in as a character for art fight? So if anyone wants to draw Evelyn, we can get some more art of Evelyn. Then I can draw their characters back and stuff. Winter got, you're back with 40 plus years of magic studies. Exactly. Exactly. Aw. Same, yeah, see, Jexoy, Rim, we gotta write it down at some point, all of our lores. I'm sorry that, firstly, I'm sorry for apologizing. I know I have no reason to apologize. I know you guys are chilling and stuff, but for anyone who's here, like, man, I wanted to do Pomodoros today. I haven't really been paying much mind to the Pomodoro timer. Ooh. I do want to write it down at some point. After some thought, a sentient program, I do not think I could use magic, it's true, but would understand magical principles. That's important, yeah. I think you could print talismans and other magical materials provide. Ooh, that would be cool. Yeah. Please write. I know. It's so much to write. It's so much to write, Maestro. Ugh. Just talk about it in stream and save the VOD. You know, Okamito? You know what? Not a bad idea. Speaking of VODs, I'm gonna have another sellout moment. You guys are gonna be like, whoo. I did make a VOD channel. So if you guys want to, you guys are the first ever to see the VOD channel. Sneaky peekies. This is the VOD channel. I'm not saying you have to do anything, but I know a lot of people had been asking about it. I have not uploaded VODs yet, only because I've been transferring them, and I tried transferring a bunch of them at once, and YouTube was like, hey, you can only transfer, oh crap. You can only transfer 5 videos at a time every 24 hours. And I was like, excuse me? So, so it's gonna take a hot minute for me to transfer things until I get verified, which I'm working on. I sent in my information, so hopefully they'll verify me soon so I can upload more than just 5 videos every day. But we do officially have it, so here you go. Spelly's VOD channel. I wish I could have, I don't know whether I want to have that or the Kara thing pinned. I think I've had the Kara thing pinned for a while, so I'll just pin this one now. I probably should have had the Kara pinned, but eh. Yeah, I did do it. So if you guys are interested, feel free to check out the channel. Again, there's nothing there yet, but I will be adding, at least I'll be adding all of the VODs starting from episode 1. So episode 1, 2, 3, and I will warn you, I'm missing like 2 or 3 episodes because I did not get to save them in time, which I still step on myself all the time because of it. So I think episode 6 is missing, and I think there's 1 other episode or 2 other episodes that are missing. But we'll start from episode 1 all the way up until episode 196, which is what we're at right now. Right now. I'm excited, but they are VODs. They're not edited. It would take so much money or so much time to edit them, so they are completely unedited, so feel free to do with that as you want. But in the very least, we have a place where they will be, and I'm excited for that. A place. We have a place for them. Oh, thank you. By the way, thank you so much for the stretches and the savings. Sorry, Z. Let me do that. Let me stretch now. I got to it. It took a little longer, but I got to it. Yeah. You have 82 plus OCs. Do you have them up on Toy House yet, Anamon? Nom the lore. We have a lot of lore. It's not all of it, nearly not all of it, but we have a lot of lore on Toy House. So at least I have some things written down. Very little, but some things. Yeah, exactly. You have 10% written down. Whew. Over the course of 13 years. Whew. Sheesh. Let me do that now. Would you be able to write everything now? I feel like it takes so long, but you should always start. You gotta start somewhere, Miso. I feel it. You update your stuff? That's good. That's a good way to do it. Have it all written down and then just update from there. CSS is fun. CSS is fun, but I gotta figure out, maybe I'm thinking of HTML. I don't know. I do CSS and HTML when it comes to like my forum games. You have 0% of anything written down? Oh no, Jiri. Lore is fun, it is. Yapping is fun, thank you, Z. Spelly, if and when I get an OC, can you help me? Absolutely, I can help you guys when you guys do get Academy OCs, which for anyone new coming in, now that I have the command, I'm really excited to use it. If and when you guys do get Academy OCs, I am absolutely here to help name them. I can help you design. If you're not a designer, you can just throw images at me and I can design the OC with you. We can talk about like different ideas for occupations, different ideas for like the lore and stuff. It's a shared OC for a reason. It's not just like, oh, I have to now spend the time making this whole OC. We can work together to make the OC. But the big part is it becomes a part of the Academy lore. Very important, very important. Wee, thank you, Oz, for the Evelyn. No, the Evelyn from Cyberpunk. Evelyn is Oz's OC. Wait, doesn't Evelyn in Cyberpunk? What? Oh wait, not the anime. What are some of Spelly's favorite spells? So Spelly is a celestial witch, so she really likes doing things that have to deal with stars, essentially. To be more specific, stars, but she could do other celestial stuff. To be even more specific, she is currently working on mastering the ability to manipulate stardust, which, if you know anything about the theory of how the universe works, is extremely powerful, but Spelly's not very strong, so she's still learning. Other things that she likes to do are elementally, she likes ice and water spells. She's really bad at fire. She's really, really bad at fire spells. She's also really bad at spells that hurt people, so poisoning people, she's not good at that. Any like black magic, I guess you could say, like in terms of Final Fantasy, you have white magic, then black magic. She's really good at healing spells and force field spells. Honestly, she's more of a support character than anything else. I'll be completely honest, I made her more of a support character than, like, you know, a character where she's gonna be fighting people. So she's not a very strong person, for the record. But she is working on mastering celestial magic, is like her main thing. If you want to know a little bit about Spelly. I can't, no, it's fine. I will absolutely put Evelyn into art fight. Please, please, do not push yourself to do it. That's why I asked. I was like, because I think you can only have one OC per person, meaning I couldn't have Evelyn and then you also have Evelyn. So that's why I was like, okay, let me just make sure. OC Lord dump the stream. It would be interesting, you think so? If we just had a big just yapping stream about OCs and lore and stuff. Aw, thank you guys. I'm not your first sub, no! And I think Isaac might have actually taken it. I don't know who my first sub was, but it was someone today because I did not have any before today. Wait, was it you, Jexoy? Were you my first sub? I'm within the first three. Okay. I'm the second, so it was Jexoy first, and then Animon, and then Isaac. Whee! Thank you guys, I appreciate it. One VOD, I know, that one VOD is 17 hours. Ugh. YouTube does not like VODs that are longer than 12 hours, so I have to cut it up. But thank you again, Mika, for helping me with that. Anything that's over 12 hours, I have to cut up. A lot of people, I know, if you need help with an Animon, I don't know if there's an easy way. If you type in Google and you type like PNG to JPEG, if you change the size of the PNG and change it into a JPEG, usually that compresses the image so it becomes a lot easier to upload onto Toy House, because Toy House does have a file size limit, and I know a lot of PNGs are too big for it. That's what I do. I usually just convert it to a JPEG and I can upload it pretty fine. And if it's way too big, like I'm talking like thousands of pixels big, then I just make it a little bit smaller so it's only like 1,000 or 2,000 pixels big. And usually, again, as a JPEG, it works a lot better because it'll compress the image. Because PNGs are really, really file size big. I didn't say that right, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I did help a lot with the winter design too. You've been slacking on gaining XP. It's fine, Jexoid. There's no rush, but I'm waiting for the next person. I know some people that are really close. They're level 29 right now. They are almost there for level 30, and they're excited for it. I'm excited for it too. Stardust Punch! She can go Supernova? Not right now. She is not very strong, but maybe one day. Spoilers. Kind of like Super Saiyan, but Supernova. No, just kidding. I feel bad because I kind of have to pee now because we've been drinking a lot. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom really fast. I haven't really been using too much of the Pomo timer, so I'm just gonna let the timer keep going for those that are using it. So if you're using the Pomo, the break's almost over. Again, sorry I haven't really been using the timer, but I'm just gonna let it keep going while I go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Potty time. Oh yeah, it's potty time. Yeah.
Alright, I am back, officially back.
Hello. I had to potty. I had to do a small little potty. Ooh.
No, that's why you deleted the birds. Yeah, I don't know. I have Fish. So I have an OC named Fish. And it's a very simple character to draw, so a lot of people draw it. And I love all the art, but I get a lot of art of Fish and then no other art of the other people. But I think I still would not remove Fish because I like getting the art and I don't know. Meh. Thank you. Welcome back officially. Yeah, I was back for a little bit, but I was like, let me just catch up on chat. So now that I'm officially caught up, yeah, we're strong. That's good. That's good that they're easy to draw, Miso. Especially for art fight. I think you'll do well on art fight. Something to note is, especially if you're just starting out on art fight, sometimes people might not even know that you have OCs up. So if you really want to get noticed, you're probably gonna wind up doing more attacking. Like attacking is basically drawing other people's OCs before you start receiving a bunch of art, which is defending, which is people attacking your OCs, like for terminology and stuff. It's a lot of fun though. We're talking about art fight now for anyone that doesn't know. And if you don't know what art fight is, oh man, let me give you a link. For those that do not know what the heck art fight is, what is that? It's like a game. It's an art game that people play once a year throughout the whole month of July. There you go, if you guys want to check it out a little bit more. Where essentially you upload your OCs there, and you join a team. The teams get announced like a week or two before art fight starts, which again is in July, so teams that have not been announced yet. But you pick a team, and whatever team you pick, the point of the game is essentially you draw people on the other team to gain points for your team. And in return, they will draw your character to gain points for their team, and the team with the most points wins. And that's like the simple version of it. It's a lot of fun though. I've done it, I think I've only done it 2 years so far, so this will be my 3rd year. So I haven't been doing it that much, or that long. But of the time that I have been doing it, I think it's been worth it. And I recognize I don't have a whole lot of time to do it. For the record, you do not need to dedicate like, oh, this whole month I have to draw people now. Even if you only draw one person and gain like a few points for your team, that's fine. Like for me, I don't have a lot of time, so I can only do so much art. It's definitely not something that's supposed to make you feel pressured. It's just you're just supposed to have fun. Oh wait. Oh. But that's essentially art fight in a nutshell. What would Chamber's voice sound like? Do you have like a voice file example room? I like your ghost OCs, Annabon. They're fun to draw, even if they're small. Hi, Apollo. Well back. Yeah. You can attack your teammates, it'll just be for less points. Exactly what Anna once said. Hi, Panther Girl. Just a little guy. Oh, yeah, that's right. I already forgot. If you did not know and you didn't hear it from yesterday, we opened the little guy. We opened the little guy commissions. Because I was like, hey guys, if you really want me to do little guys, I can open them, but we did a vote and we voted yes. And so I have the little guys open. There's only 4 slots left though. Wait, what did I say? Though? There's only 4 slots left, so if you guys want it though, just keep that in mind. I'm so sorry, Animon. No. That's true, you went on vacation. Watch, I'm not trying to jinx you, Anamon, but watch, as soon as it comes up, when Airfight's coming, someone's gonna be like, alright, we're going on vacation again? And you're gonna be like, seriously? Really? I'm not trying to jinx it, though. You're so excited for the little guy? I am excited.
Just a little guy.
I don't know who Keith David is, the voice of Goliath. Oh! Okay, I know Husk. I know Husk. Ooh. That is really cool. I can see it. Would Chambers be the type of person to say a bunch of swear words as well? Anima. Yeah, that makes sense, Anamon. Yeah, I'm excited for Art Fight this year, but I just gotta keep in mind, hey, I'm not gonna be able to do a whole lot in Art Fight, which is okay. I mean, again, the point is to have fun. It's not really like, you know.
Not everything's about winning, Spelly.
I gotta remind myself that all the time.
It's not about winning. It's about having fun.
Okay, so he swears normally, but if he needs to tone it down, he will. Understandable. Understandable. As cool as Cucumber? What? He's a loose cannon at times. A guy you can rely on. Yes. I definitely, if there's anything I know about Chamber, I definitely know Chamber is someone you could rely on if you need to. Again, on serious notes. Another combat instructor. Can you imagine? Oh crap, wait, hold on. All right, I said I was going, oh, my brain. Sometimes I'm really scatterbrained. I said I was gonna do Animon's show and tell real quick, and I know we're not currently on break time, but I'm going to do it because I skipped it like twice already, so let me do it now. Animon says, I was introduced the Immortal Buddy. So now I introduce her eldest living daughter. She is a half elf, half bunny. Oh, this is the half elf, half bunny. One-handed swordswoman who protects her family and others. Let's take a sneaky peeky. Because I've been, oh crap. Animon, can you send it in DM again? Discord did the thing where it says this content's no longer available. That's my bad entirely. Can you send it in DM real fast and I'll pull it up? Or let me know when you send in DM because I don't have Discord open at the moment. Beans. Where can we send links now? Honestly, I don't mind if you guys send it into the show me during break. And, you know, all right, let me see. And then at least I'll have it in case I don't see it. Thank you. I got it. I feel like that channel can be loosely used in that manner if need be as well. Alright, so this is not my art. That was Alistair. This is Anamon's commission for half elf, half bunny, eldest living daughter of one of Anamon's other OCs. Yeah, I think that might work out a little better as well. Bunny and elf, so they have 4 ears. 4 ears. I love it. I love it so much. Oh, what the heck? Sorry, my internet blinked. Look at that. Look at that. Bunny. She's also missing an arm at birth. Oh, at birth. Ooh. Do you have a story? Like, what happened? Oh, there's a Pokemon. Yeah. There we go. Bunny? I like this. Thank you so much for sharing. Sorry I kept missing it, but thank you so much for sharing it. I love the hair color. I don't really see like a light blue that often. I have a light blue-haired character. I really like seeing light blue. It's very cute. Her left arm is very powerful. Okay, wait, her left arm or her right arm? You 3 light blue elves. That's fair. Thank you again for sharing. I appreciate it. Thank you. Her right is the one that's missing? Hi Taco, welcome in! How are you doing today? Saying her working hours found. Okay, yeah. I got you. I think there was I got confused. I was like, wait. I like the song. Dying from the art block, no! And deadlines, no! Talk about what have you been working on lately? You could talk about because I asked. We were talking about earlier rules of the channel because Twitch added a new thing where now you can warn users anonymously rather than calling them out awkwardly on stream. And so one of the rules we made was no self-promoing. And something that I just want to put like a little asterisk there. If I ask someone about it, it's perfectly fine to talk about your own stuff. Just so everyone is aware. Like, it's not like if I ask about it, you know, oh, I can't talk about it because, you know, no self-promo. If I ask, it's fine. And I know someone right now is kicking me in the butt after hearing that because they're like, well, I ask all the time and you still don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry.
This bait all along? No. I was just making sure you guys were reading the rules. I was gonna ban you as well. Oh, goodness.
I don't like how it turned out.
Wait, out. The last thing you did was an icon com, and after that, you were sketching out chibi com. Halfway through, you thought, no! I hope you're able to finish it on time. Yeah. Calling them awkwardly, I call people out with intent. No! Oh, Oz, were you here when we were talking about that earlier? That is, hold on, let me put that in the mod guidelines. That's another thing I have to add to the dang mod. There's so much. There's so many things I have to add. Why am I lazy? Twitch rolled out a new feature for moderating and stuff. Needs to be added. Twitch warning. Twitch new warning feature. There we go. I added it to the list of many things that I need to add. You read about it? Yeah, I think it's so cool. And because they added that feature, I finally added rules to my channel. Because my channel had like, my channel was ruleless before. Now we have rules. I really like the idea of it though, it's cool. I'll be happy to know how you'd like it to be used here. Absolutely, absolutely. So I can't wait to actually put that up eventually. But essentially, if I do like a TLDR, I would love if we could use the feature because I know it makes some people feel really awkward when, you know, someone breaks the rules and then a mod has to call them out, which is why a lot of people DM instead of, unless it's really bad, unless it needs to be addressed right away. A lot of people DM. What's cool about it, because we tested it, I warned Isaac for fun. And what's cool about it is, if I'm not mistaken, Isaac said that it literally, it's like a timeout where it pops up in their chat saying this is what you broke, and they're not able to talk for a little bit wait, hold on. They're not able to talk again in chat if they get a warning until they specifically check mark that they acknowledge the rule that they had broken. And basically it's them saying, yes, this I realize this now that this is a rule. So if they break it again, then it's very obvious that they're purposely breaking it, and then we just ban. So I think it's a really cool feature, and I think we should implement it. Now, to get specific for people that don't know how to use it, like me, I will put it into the mod guideline or guidebook or whatever it's called. But until then, that's the like TLDR. I would like it to be used. It's a cool feature.
Yeah.
The long-winded version of it.
Uncle Mito. It's not fair. I'm not allowed to call you cute back. Not fair. This is what? What? You've said you have, thank you, Taco. Thank you.
I have the ultimate evil.
Truly evil.
Yeah, it was like a 5-second timeout, and then you had to acknowledge that we were warned. It's very good to note that, because again, if someone were to break the rules, it's one thing if you break the rules and you like legit did not know, right? But it's another thing if you break the rules, you acknowledge that you know, and then you break it again, then it's, you know, then it's just malicious. And I've actually, before the whole warning thing, because it just came out today, before all that, I had someone that did that kind of recently. I had told them, don't do that. And then they were like, okay, I won't. And then they just did it again. I'm like, bro. So I like that it is a feature. You guys might remember that. I don't know. I don't want to literally sit here and call them out, but I called them out that day when it happened. Because it was like, seriously?
Just sketches and 2 rats. Meow. Fixing the eye, fixing the eye. There we go. I can't believe I've been working on this one for a while. I can't believe that it's getting nearer done though, which sounds weird, but I guess it's because we've been working on it for a while that I'm like really excited for it to see completion soon. You know what this means? This means people can't backseat me anymore because it's a rule now. I mean, not that they were able to before, but now I could legitimately, if someone backseats me, I could just be like, warning. Oh my goodness. I hit him with the, you knew the rules, you know the rules, and so do I. Oh my goodness. I didn't even think about that. You know, I still want to make that one meme. I don't know if you remember Maestro, but there was a meme with the Roxanne song. Rocks! I still want to make that meme. There was a new one that I was thinking about the other day for a new meme song. I wish I could remember though. That's the best part about it. I already forgot. I forgot. Shamaya! Hello! I know, I need to make memes, more memes! A full commitment is what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. More memes! Shamaya, I was being told the other day about the Squidward. The Squidward. Wait, has anyone... Oh, I'm 100% sure someone made the meme. Has anyone made a meme of Squidward and, you know, Edward, where without any spoilers, the person goes Edward, but instead of Edward, it's Squidward. Okay, I'm done. If anyone's seen Full Metal, they'll understand. My nose, yeah, the Squidward nose, the new asset. One day I'll be live 2D. I am excited. SpongeBob. Oh my gosh, Isaac, I've been seeing so many of those videos lately. What the Sigma? Bro, there was this one. Wait, I sent it to Merp. Let me see. I don't think I'm gonna be able to play it and you guys can hear it though. If I play this, can anyone hear that? No, you guys can't hear that. Oh man, it's so cringe. It is so cringe. I don't know what any of these words mean nowadays. What are you guys saying? English! Everyone needs it! Needs it! CC, welcome in! Hello, hello! Is that the dub? Is that from the dub? Brotherhood, I believe, yeah. I was oh. No, there was another one. I found another one, Meister. I think I found it yesterday. I like not knowing. I feel fancy. Wait, the words? I know what Riz means. I understand Sigma. I think Sigma means someone who doesn't care. I don't know. But then there's like mewing. Like I recently learned what mewing means, bro. I am so young. You must be intensely no, I'm not. I'm not. It's I swear I'm not looking for it. You like to make your own meetings? All right, tell me the meetings that you have for it. I'm ready. You've only seen the sub, so I don't remember Edward. Oh, yeah, that might be then just dub, I believe. You recently did too? I had no, I mean, I guess it makes sense, but at the same time, I was like, what the heck? Oh my gosh. I'm still trying to keep up with the other word terms, whatever. What were some of them? I don't even know now. Oh, it's escaping my brain. Some of the terms that were like a couple years ago. What are those words? Do I have, wait, I have a cute little cat for you. I don't know if you can see it, Isaac, but just pretend you can. Oh my goodness. The heck did you just say to me? What did you say to me? Oh no. No, Maestro, don't time him out. You gotta warn him. If you do, I think if you do /warn, it works. Let me see. /warn, you can warn people now. Oh no. Hold on, let me drink some more water. I'm like I'm burning up right now. Oy. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. Is that an actual emo or is that a... Oh, it's a... You tricked me! You tricked me! That's a real emo. I looked at... So, on my tablet, I have chat, right? But my tablet does not show 7TV emotes at all. So sometimes I'll see people type things and I'm sitting there like, what are they saying? I thought I was able to see it for a second there because Isaac used an emote that I thought was from 7TV. And I'm just sitting here like, oh my gosh, I can finally see it. I can finally see emotes. No. Oh wait, that's an emote? Oh, I didn't even notice. I'm so used to seeing it. I did not even notice. I've been successfully bamboozled is one. No wait, is bamboozled an older word or is that? That's another one that like the older. There were so many words that were used not that long ago, like 5 years ago, and I'm still trying to learn them. It's old. Is it super old? Or is it like...
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what those words mean. I'm gonna need a translator, bro. Oh, speaking of translator, there's a dude. I think I started talking about this and then I just stopped talking about it because I forgot. There's a dude named Nutty, another streamer, and he made an extension that you can use. I don't know how it works yet because he hasn't like put it out for public or made a video on it or anything yet. But one of the things that I saw that it has is a translator. So it's kind of like when you look at these buttons, right? For example, when you see these buttons where you can either ban someone, time them out, or delete their message. One of the buttons that, like the custom button that they made, is a translate button. So you hit the button, it'll just translate the text, and I think that is so cool. I don't know what all the buttons do, but I thought that one in particular was so cool because that would be very handy to have. It's quite old. Oh. Waiting for context, yeah. Right, it's Siri? Definitely older compared to the brain rot stuff I was saying. Aw. Fair. Haven't heard that forever. Really, Marine Boy? That's a cool one. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. It's not a native thing on Twitch. No. Befuddled is something I never hear. That's something that just means confused, right? If something is befuddling, it's confusing. Welcome back, Asilvu. We're talking about slang, lingo of today. Yeah! Asobu, more like Rizobu. I tried. I'm so bad at this. Good. I make my own slang. Oh no, cringe! Not me! I'm not cringe! Confuzzled is something I've heard before. Yeah, confuzzling, like confusing and what? Wait, it's like a combination of two words, right? Confusing and puzzled. That's what it is. Puzzled, confusing, and puzzled. We've been quite possibly bamboozled. Quite possibly. How about cereal in place of serious? That one's out. What the? Oh no. Are you cereal right now? Yeah, I've heard that one. I am cringe, and that is based. Nobody as cringe as me. I am cringe. Wait, and that's based. I will never be based, and that's not cringe. I forget how the whole thing goes. Ooh. Befuddle. Hee. Confusing and bamboozled? Which makes someone no! Oh, the puzzled, yeah. Wreck-It Ralph, yeah, the Wreck-It Ralph quote. But yeah, we're talking about New Day lingo, and I recently learned what mewing means. I know, yeah, I know, you have to say it just like that. Yeah, you can't just say yeah. It has to be yeah. I know Riz, Sigma a little bit, I think. I don't know. That one I'm still learning. Maxing, brain rot. I know those ones. Yeah. We're still learning. Every day we learn, no matter what. He says it in the movie, word for word. True? I started using, what the what? Oh, from Amazing World of Gumball. Honestly, I feel like Amazing World of Gumball has so many good memes in it. I know some of them get used, but I feel like we haven't hit the threshold of Gumball memes yet.
I feel like Gumball could be somewhere up there in SpongeBob memes. It just takes some time. Like, the SpongeBob memes didn't become super popular until, like, less than 10 years ago-ish. And then they were everywhere. And those SpongeBob episodes are old, though, so I think Gumball is coming. It's coming. I know more about the current year lingo that I care to acknowledge. No, tell me. Teach us! Oh crap, it's walkies time? Do I go for a walk today or no? What do you guys think? Should I go for a walk today? I didn't even realize it was already walkies time. Let me stretch. Let's stretching. What about Ligma? Oh yeah, Ligma was one from like not that long ago, but it's not a recent one, but Ligma ball. It's so bad to hear about Steve Jobs. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Oh no, wait. I messed up the whole thing. I heard that Steve Jobs died of Ligma. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Ligma balls. Okay, I'm done. I messed the whole thing up. It's fine. Cap is Cap a newer one or is Cap not Kappa, but is Cap like around the same time as Ligma? Chugi? What does that even mean? What is that? Old SpongeBob is the best. Walkie Rick. Oh, okay. I messed up. Cap's a little older. Okay. Sweetie! Hi, sweetie! Hi, sweetie. We're talking about old day lingo, but I think I am gonna go for a little walkies. I don't know. No, I should. I gotta keep walking every day. If I start breaking the habit of walking, I eventually will actually stop walking. And I don't want to do that because then I stop walking. So I'm gonna throw words on stream. I wish I could have words on stream where it's just a bunch of lingo and it's like, wait, what? Like, yeah, it's one of the words. If you guys want to play, you can. I'm not forcing anyone, but I am gonna go for a walk now. It was I'll be back in like 10. Bustin was a kind of a older one. Well, not really. When I say older, I mean like 5 years. Not really that old. Let me get out of the way. Valuable. Wait, I was gonna do that. Wait, it didn't work. Valuable. How do you spell that? Yes. I'm evil. Evil. Well, show and tell. Oh no, you should be able to do show and tell now, Asobu. Let me know, but show and tell should be available now. If you guys want show and tell, I'll do it as soon as I get back from my walk. I'm also gonna turn the timer back to 20 minutes because I'm yapping a bit, but I will, okay, I'll actually, for real, be leaving now so I can go for a walk. Okay, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thank you so much for the raid, Sunbear! My name is Spelling to Art Animation. Okay, thank you! I really appreciate it. Hello, Sunbear! Actually, I was here and I said the lines and then my mic was still muted. Gah. Welcome in! Welcome in! No, you're fine. How was the stream? How was RO? Buh, buh. I was gonna say something right before you rated. I can't remember what it was now. Oh, I was gonna talk to Asobu, because I think Asobu had mentioned, am I doing something wrong? I don't know exactly, but something that I notice a lot of people don't notice is that there's a lock thing here, and that lock thing, if you say a word and you get locked out for a certain amount of time before you can say another word, I think it just prevents people from like writing all the words themselves. I wish I could turn it off. If that was a setting I could turn off, I would, but I cannot. Ah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. But welcome in, welcome in. You just leveled my character, that's all. Did you start a new character? You're AFK with good animation. I appreciate you, thank you. We're here to read your art. Yee! Here, you guys want to see some art? Sweetie, congratulations on being #1, and then followed by Oz, Runic, Stick Ripper, Anamon, me, Isaac, Gundorf, Miso, and Techno. Thank you all for playing. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. Whee! Here's what we've been working on today. But I grabbed some sushi, so I'm actually eating some sushi right this second. I'll be completely honest. Art. Same characters, 200 to 230. Woo! So the more art. I don't know if I have. What did I finish? Oh, I did the Shy Lily one recently. Although I can't show you the edited one because it's not in Clip Studio, it's in DaVinci, but I can show you. Oh, that was the wrong one. That's the background. I can show you the not edited one. Whee! It's a big file though, so it takes a hot minute to load. 13-hour stream? You mean our 17-hour stream? Oh, it's so choppy right now. It's not very happy. Oh no, but this is the recent one we did. It was 17 hours, yeah. You sharing this sushi? Do you want some? It's a Philly roll, so it has crab, cream cheese, and avocado. Let me know if you guys would want some. Yeah, it's Shy Lily. Animal? I'm glad you guys like it. Yeah, it's an orca girl. She's like an orca. She's an orc cat. She's like an orca and a cat. Welcome in, by the way, Roostwick. And let me see if you guys ready? You ready? Sorry Kainam? Sorry Kainam? Did I say that right? Sorry. Names. You're hungry for sushi and sushi emotes? Do they not have? They don't have sushi emotes, do they? No, wait, do they? I don't actually know. Crab instead of crab, right? It's imitation crab. So it's like, it's basically fish, but yeah. I'll take it, send it to this address. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you know what? Okay, so recently, Twitch added, moderations for, or warnings for rules.
Oh my googly gosh, looks smoothie. Shy Lily is sexy.
Thank you so much, Sketchy. Thank you so much for the club biddies. I really appreciate it. Twitch added, warnings. It doesn't matter what Twitch added, but I recently added rules to the channel. And one of the rules I should probably add that I completely forgot is don't dox yourself or others. Cause I know you're only joking about it, but there have been people that come in and they're like, my name is blank and I'm from this address. And I'm like, bro, what? Why would you? Internet safety, bro. Internet safety. So let me do that real quick. Don't dox. Is dox spelled with 1 X or 2 X's? I actually do not know. I'm from the land of orcas. Well, not land, the sea of orcas. Aw. 2? All right. Don't dox yourself or others. Legit. I don't understand. I think it's because some people feel comfortable here, which is great. I'm glad you do, but don't, internet safety, please do not tell your real name, you know, your real address, for real. Wait, what's that? Oh, it's Sobu! Okay, let me do your show and tell, because otherwise I may, let me see. Welcome in, CB Boo? Did I say that right? I'm crossing my fingies that I did. All right, it's loaded up right now. Ooh. Have a good one, Sun Bear. Chicken salad. Oh. Wait. No, I'm holding you hostage for like 2 seconds. 2 more seconds, Sun Bear. Hold on, wait. Let me give you the link. Or if anyone has, yeah, Visago, can you link Sun Bear one more time? I'm sorry. One more time. That link that Visago put in chat, that is what I'm talking about, the new thing that Twitch added. So feel free to give a sneaky peeky read. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy your food. I'm also enjoying some food right now. Don't mind me. Oh. It's okay. Actually, tell you what. While I'm eating, we're gonna look at Asobu's show and tell, because it's a video. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Oh, that scared me. Sorry, that was really loud in my ear. I believe this is a game that Asobu is working on, or has worked on. You've been working on for 1.5 years. Woo! Hype train. Aw. Crystal Rail? Is that what it's called? Crystal Rail? I'll play it one more time, totally not because I'm eating, but in case you guys, here, let me get rid of the list on the left real quick, and I'll play it one more time for you guys so you can see the whole thing. All right, one more time, from the top. Made by Asobu. Asobu, if you have a link for people to see the game, like a Steam link or itch.io or wherever you're uploading it, feel free to post it in the chat so people can like follow it or wishlist it or whatever. Wherever you posted it. Oh crap, no! Yeah. My fork fell into my wasabi. I'm excited. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Asobu. No Steam page yet? Okay. When you do come out, feel free to come by again and put it up. I'm not the project owner. That's okay. Yeah, my forks fell in the wasabi, bro. I was so sad. But thank you again, Asobu. That looks super exciting. Yippee! Ow. Oh. I hit my mouse and it went flying across my desk. Okay. Aw. It looks nice! So you say it's a rail roguelike. Close beta soon. Do you have an estimate or just soon at the moment? And yeah, if you're okay with saying it or whatnot, let us know what the game is actually about. If it's okay. If you can't, then I understand also. Ooh. Also work on this game? Why haven't streamed it forever? Oh. Is it if I'm allowed to ask, is it a commercial project you've been working on? Or is it a personal? Oz, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you. Are you Cassie Charlie was? Yeah, I went to go grab my mouse after I put the sushi down. And then it just flung across my desk. I was like, oh. Oh. Sorry, I just got your thing. Hold on, let me DM my mod team real quick. 1 second. Okay, I had to, sorry, there was a thing in Discord, I had to tag, the mod team. Sorry, I'm still messaging them. Okay, I'm done. I messaged the mod team about a thing. A thingy. Okay. Thank you, sweetie. Yeah, I was like, uh-oh. Oh, was there a show and tell? Oh, thank you! Thank you, Miso. I'm gonna work on this a little bit, and then I will do your show and tell. A little bit. It's a commercial project. It's a deck builder where you build a train in a fantasy world Buy low, sell high commodities, competing against other companies to do the same. Ooh. You can manipulate markets, smear, sabotage, blackmail, recruit friends, and make money in a world where revolutions change based on how you can lose and win constantly. Ah. Ooh. Is there like a legit story behind it? Oh. Like a story mode? Or is it like a, you play a game, win or... Oh, well, you said that you winning and losing changes the world, though. Ooh, I'm excited. I'm excited. I must have been trained in game design for years. It looks really interesting. The art, not just the art style, but just the idea behind the game as well. It's a roguelike. Now, if there's a store not at liberty to share, okay, so woo. I'm ready. Excited. Oops. Very skilled, right? Asobo's made other games too. If you want, if you do not have to, I'm not trying to pressure you, but if you want to link any of the other games that you have made in the past, please feel free to, Asobu. Oi. No. Sweetie. What's your favorite Pokemon type? Ice. Ice, and then quickly followed by water are my favorite Pokemon types. Definitely not because my favorite color is blue, and blue usually represents those two. I am a simple person. I see blue, I like it. Dark, based on a survey. I heard amongst the grapevine that there are people who... Oh wait, no, that wasn't even amongst the grapevine, that was here. Who don't have favorites. Who do not have favorites, which is perfectly fine. I thought that was interesting. Sorry, my arm is like going numb, hold on. Not even my drawing arm, it's my other arm. Sorry. That being said, I'd be very honored if we could have y'all the beta test. Wee! I know Marine Boy had mentioned they would like to. Is there anyone else who would like to beta test for Asobu and I don't know how to say their name. Den's game. Oh, that makes sense, Isaac. Ice Sims usually have sick designs. Let's go. I know Ice isn't super strong, but that's okay. I'm not a strong person anyway. Eee. Alright, this is where it gets interesting, because the eye shape changes so that it becomes more circular. And much more detailed as it gets closer. I need to look up a reference real quick of detailed eyes. Oh wait, I have the references right here. Yee! Do you know Asobu, for the computer you would need? Like, you know what, the specs? My brain. You know what I mean, the terminology is way. Run on a potato? Okay, that's good. It's not demanding a big, okay. But it is PC only. What was the game you were looking at? That was, Asobu. Asobu's working on a game. It's coming soon. And if you would like to beta test, Asobu is looking for beta testers. It's called Crystal Rail, and it's a roguelike rail game. In fact, you might actually really like it because Gray was playing a. Was it? Oh wait, wasn't the game that you were playing recently a roguelike rail game as well? Now that I think about it, or was it? Wait, was it Trains or was it something? It might have been something else, bro. Monster Train. That's what it was. It might be right up your alley. For real, for real. You have a composer? Oh, that's... Oh, a composer! Wait. What? That's so cool! It looks off the rail. Okay. The puns are real. It's in the trailer. That is so cool. Welcome in, Core. How you doing today? Oh, my leg. Can't derail us with okay. Yee. Let us know what you are able to let us know, Asobu. We'll have the questions for you. Oh my gosh, I was playing Plague Inc. the other day, and I like playing as a bacteria because I can actually win, but I tried playing as the Shadow Plague, which is like the vampires, and I kept losing, and I was so sad. Kind of bad at that game. Doing good, I'm glad to hear. We're working on this amputation right now. Whee! Oh, it's flipped the other way. What? Yay! I think it's coming out pretty well, though. Even if it's been taking a hot minute to make, I think it's coming out pretty well. Trying a lot of new stuff in this one, too. Yeah. If you guys want, here, wait. Let me throw you over. Let's see. Who's all in the dinosaur? Hello? Who's all in the Discord? I know we got a Sobu. Game maker. And those that were interested. Sorry, I really like organizing things. Gray. I think that's... I think I got everyone? There you go. I think that might help a lot. I tagged everyone in the Discord. So, everyone knows who everyone is. I think that's gonna help a bit. Especially with, once the details are out in the open. How many more scenes will this... Okay, so we have this scene and then this other scene for this animation, and originally that was all it was going to be, but we've been in the talks about adding some more... This one. We've been in the talks about adding some more still frames or animatic parts. So I'm not 100% sure if it's just going to be these two or if it's going to be almost done, but we're going to be having a meeting about it sometime soon, TM. Whee! Making the moves. I believe in you, Asobu. We're gonna make this game something that people will be playing once it comes out. Well, oh, here's another thing. Now, of course, if you don't have the answer, you don't have the answer, but just another thing is about streaming, like people to stream it. I'm assuming you'd want people to stream it just because it would get the name out there even more, but would you want people to stream the beta in particular? All the questions. I will grill you in a good way. You're gonna ask that? Sorry. It's too late. I asked it first. It's me. Because I know a lot of games that do allow streaming, and that's not to like force you to allow streaming. It's just the idea of if you have plans to allow it. Ooh. I think it's good for growth. You know what, Gray? I appreciate that you let me, you knew I was gonna ask that question and you let me ask it. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Thank you, Gray. Yeah. I can't speak to that, Spelly, but knowing the designer, he'd very much want that. So not yet, we don't know 100% yet, but we shall wait on bated breath. It would not be a game that would not exist if not for Twitch. Ooh. Oh, wait, is that because you guys met that way? Again, I'm gonna be asking a lot of questions just because you do not feel obligated to answer any of these questions. It's a maybe. Maybe yes. That's a good one too. Is it gonna be on Steam? Go, no, my art! Welcome in, Forest of Fiend. Hey, you wanna see? You wanna see it so far? Oh, wrong web. Like, It'll be on Steam. That's exciting. Aw. If not, me and the designer would not have met if not for Twitch. I hope so. I hope you guys allow for streaming in the beta, because I feel like that's... I'm not saying that's what makes or break a game, but it definitely does help in terms of promo and marketing. To have, you know, essentially people play the game. Cinnamon. Pokemon. Oh, wait. There's a Pokemon. There we go. Trying to find the video? Oh, yeah. If you wanna post the video either in Discord or again here in the Twitch chat, feel free to, Asobu. If you don't know what we're talking about, Asobu's making a game and it's almost out. The beta testing's starting soon. Okay. Thank you, Asobu. You're pushing it for Linux? I don't know how many people use Linux, but it's a good idea to have it on multiple areas in case... Oh wait, there's another thing. There's Linux, Windows, Mac. Mac was another one. Yay! Congratulations on catching the Pokemons! I wanna be, oops, the very bad. The Linux user group has continued growing. That's true. I used Linux back when I was doing research, but I haven't used it on any personal computers. It was only for that. Linux, a Stream Deck Linux support. Do they not have that? Really? Never seen a Mac gamer? A mac and cheese gamer? Mac and cheese, bro. Eyelashes. Steam Deck. Oh, Steam Deck. I thought you said Stream Deck, like the little, you know what I mean, the thingy with the buttons. Ugh. Mac is a huge maybe, going towards no. It's oh, yeah. I'm pushing for Linux. Is it not as nearly as expensive then to put it on Linux than Mac? The biggest nerds. They run both virtual machines for Windows in their Macs. Oh, so for example, if they wanted to play, they could still play. Coursework. I have also requested some. Hey, sweetie, run. I like that emote. I think that one was added by Maestro, but I don't know for sure. I can tell you right now, I did not add the me emote, but I'm keeping the me emote. So that should mean something. I keep it. Oh, I see Vasago. Okay. Beans. Truly. Isaac. Aww. I'm glad it worked out though, Asubu. That's the important part. Oh, who's Yoko Taro? Let me fix my glove. We are cringe. Why? Developer of Nier. Ah, Nier. Such a good game. Creator and designer for the Nier. Designer, like, design that to be. Nobody designed the game and the whole story. Oh, I see. Okay. Fair, fair, fair. I don't think I want this a perfect circle yet, but soon it, TM. We are cringe, that is base. But yes, very much to blame for 2B. Sweetie. Oh no. Yeah. Have a good one, Marine boy. You got this. You got this, I believe. Oh, I'm excited. I think that would be really cool, Asobu. Wait, you're getting a 2B figure? Is it like coming or you want to get one? My wrist brace keeps like popping up or popping off. Not in a good way. There we go. Chips in June. 1/3 scale? Whoop. Big. Be richer than the enemy. Monopoly. Prime 1 Studio 2B. Ooh. That's exciting. Is that the makers of the figure? Oh goodness. Meow meow meow. Meow. What? Why would you throw a piano at me while I'm dancing? Huh? Meow 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. How dare. Oh! Oh! I'm mad. It was my idea. I'm excited though for it. Isaac. Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Show me what you got.
Who, what? Alright, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, I'll do miso and Jexoy's. Show and tells. Isaac, you know when you rub your, you know when your eye's itching, you rub your eye and it keeps hurting? You keep rubbing? Stop rubbing! Stop rubbing your eye! No! You dunk your eye in water. How do you... How? Figures are amazing. Oh wait, no! You're not getting any because you're afraid other people might see them?
Show me what you got.
But Amber Day figures. What's that sound? Oh, my alarm's going off. I was like, what? There we go. Thank you, Gray! Sneaky peeky. One more minute. One more minute. You have better luck facing down and moving your eye around. Ooh! To flush it. How do you just go to the sink to do that, Jexley? That eye staring into my soul. I'm glad. Beans. Who did that? It was me. Alright, you guys ready? Let's do some show and tells. Ow. Ah, that wasn't me. That's why I buy plushies. They don't break easy. Oh, compared to figures? I do like plushies, but I'm not actually a huge fan of the anime plushies. I like mascot plushies, little animal plushies. Like Pokemon are perfect for plushies. But like a legit humanoid plushie, I'm not the biggest of fan of them. I have some of them, but I don't know what it is. I really just like, I think I like animals. I think that's why. Thank you for the save. All right, let us go into our show and tell. So first we have Miso, Jexoy, and then Gray. Oldie but Goldly? Goldly. What? Made with colored pencils and watercolor. Miso, it says that I need access in order to see it because it's in a Google Drive. I need access. Here, I'll go ahead and hit request access. Let's see, Jexoy. And then Gray. Peek, peek. A sneaky peeky. Oh, the wrong button. Oh, that's so cute! Okay, here's Jexoy's. Look how cute! It's the bongo! It's the bongo! Bongo emo. Bongo, bongo, bongo. Oh no, I don't have my hands. I had my hands plugged in this whole time, but I didn't have it turned on. Bongo, 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 bongo. Now we can bongo together. Bongo, 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 bongo. Hi, Niru. I hope you have a great time zone as well. I'm stretching, sorry. Stretching.
Show me what you got.
There's 0 figure stores, and shipping is a lot. No, I'm sorry to hear it, Cheery. Ooh. Eye cleaning wise? Why did you put that in show and tell, Basago? Oh no. Aw, thank you, Jexoy. Bungle, bungle, bungle. Alright, thank you so much for sharing with us, Jexoy. Bungle, 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 bungle. Next we have Gray. I think this might have sound, so let me turn off my music real quick. Alright, let's see. Oh, it doesn't have sound. I lied. It does not have sound. I thought it was gonna be a video. News starting soon? Ooh. Aw. Here, wait, let me zoom in. There we go. No sound, okay. I wanted to spend points, Masako. Oh no, ads. Let me know, Miso, let me know when oh. Okay, that's loading. Oh wait. I think it'll work, I just gotta fix it. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Gray. I'm excited for this. I'm excited. Is this where chat would go then? Because you said it's a starting soon. I'm dumb. Never mind. I thought I read it for some reason as a just chatting. I don't know why. But I'm excited for this. Will you also be animating it in a way? But thank you so much for sharing with us, Gray. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then lastly, we have Miso. Let me see if I can get Miso. Oh, and then we have Vasago, but I don't think Vasago. Okay, hold on. Let me go to my Google. It might be because I have to look at it through Google. Oh, here it is. No, it's okay, so I have access to it. I can see the name of it and a little bit of it, but then when I try to click on it, oh wait, I lied. We got it. Okay. Here you guys go. This is made by Miso. I can kind of zoom in, but I can't do my scroll down, so we will just show the full. Whee! The parts, yes, not saying. Okay. Ooh. I'm excited.
Diva! Alien Diva. I like this. I really like the way that it's like shaped, where you have like the background within the stage circle area, if that makes sense. Ancient art. It looks very nice. It looks very nice, Miso. I like this. Yippee! Thank you so much for sharing with us, though. Sorry that I was trying to figure out how to show it. Oh, but thank you, ow! Thank you. Whee! Okay. Marked as red. Let me look at Vasago. Did you send me is this an Amazon link? I'm gonna give you your points back, Vasago. You sent me an Amazon link. You know what? Should I give Vasago back his points, or should I just steal them? I don't know. Ow. Someone's rubbing their eyes and needed cleaning or something. I don't need him back. Sorry, I needed the sound. Yes. I needed the sound. Okay, I will not give you your points back then. They're mine now. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing in the show and tell. I appreciate it. Meow, 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 meow. Exactly. Let me check Discord really fast to see if the thing got taken care of. Okay, it looks like they did. Thank you so much to my mods. Can I get a pet the mods? Wait, I think. Yes. Thank you so much. They took care of a thing on Discord. I appreciate it. Okay. Closed. How do I... I was looking for how to do a thing, but it's not that important. We can take care of it later. Okay. The HP, oh, thank you for the hat. I appreciate it. Swindling, embezzlement even. Ooh. Ow. Wait, hold on, I'm almost ready. Where did this person even come from? Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to, I don't understand. I'm gonna be 100%. I don't understand. Oh crap. What people get out of, like, being scamming, or like scammers and bots and stuff. Like, I get it. If people fall for it, they get money, yada yada, but is that like the end goal in life then for them, is just to have money? Like there's no passion, there's no goal, they don't have anything other than money that they want. That's it. No higher achievement. Mostly greed. Like for people, like scammers, like scam calls and stuff. There's nothing there. It's just, they just want money and they don't care about anything else. That's quite sad. Greed, it's sadness. Sadness. Why am I being erased? What did I do? Boo. Yeah, money. I imagine they're poor. I think in some cases they've been kidnapped or forced to work. See, I'm not saying it would give me hope in humanity, but at the very least, it would make more sense than the fact that there's just a lot of people who have extreme greed. Stretch. Meow 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 meow. Whee! Wee. I have drinked. Stop! You guys are gonna kill me! I have a wife and kids. Please don't. Look at my health bar. Look, it is small. Please. If you stop today, you can save. Ha! You missed. You can save a spelling. No! You did not save a spelling! I'm so sad. This is so sad. Nope, this is not sad, I guess, because I can't show sadness, apparently. Oh, I was hitting the wrong button! This is so sad. So sad. See? Now we'll have this facial expression. You guys have to look at it. Even though it was partly in the way. I'm not trying to say anything about here it goes. The socioeconomic reasons to scamming someone, the US dollars person is another, it's worth it. Yeah. Still, it's not even like about, I mean, for them, I guess it's about the money, but it's the idea of like morally, I don't know, values, morals. Is that a thing? Ends justify the means, so I'm taking another water. It's really hot in my room. That's whack, Rim. Scammers are often people who believe that their whole happiness relies on the financial achievement. So my question, what would happen if we made you dance and your HP reaches 0? Did it work? Was your question answered? Yes? That's my dad.
iPod cable works. Went in there.
What?
Like remember I want the
iPod cable for your
new
car?
cable for the truck.
Yeah.
It works. It says as soon as you pop it in, it says this device is not supported. Then you gotta let it sit there for the thing to turn on, start spinning, and then friggin' connect to the car, and then it pops up. You got songs, lists, albums, and then friggin' you can select. You can choose them with the knob also on the steering wheel.
Beans.
With my other truck, you couldn't.
That's
you could
good.
play in the other truck, but now I got it for this truck, so I'm getting rid of Sirius.
Yay!
Well,
That's
I'm only
good.
paying like really cheap right now, but fucking.
Well, still, save every penny you can.
Yeah, no, it's like $5 something plus tax. It comes out to like $6.26 every month, which would normally be like $19.
That's whack.
That's what they want for unlimited music.
Imagine paying.
Well, I gotta get rid of that Wi-Fi too. We're not gonna need it
Yeah, we're not gonna need that.
because we got our phones. I'm
Yeah.
not paying. That's actually $15
Yep.
a month. I'm still doing the crashes. This is. Wait, you still streaming?
I'm still streaming.
Did you mute your mic?
No, they hear you. They're hearing everything you're saying. Bruh. I was like, oh. Yeah, that was my dad. He came in. Oh, Kobala. Wait, there's a Kobala. What the heck? He came in to tell me about his iPod is working in his trunk. And I was gonna make a joke in there, but I don't think he would have gotten it, which is, imagine paying $6 a month for something, and the joke there was the new prices for the Twitch subs. But I don't think he would have gotten that. Don't pay bills, that's fair, Isaac, but still. My morals are higher than my bills. Ow. Oh, I guess it really depends on what you believe, but bah, welcome in! Thank you for throwing piano at me, I appreciate it. As long as it was a Bach piano. You know the composer Bach, the musician, did he play piano, right? Hi Karuto, welcome in! Let me grab another water. Hi! I pay 60. Oh no! 40 a month for internet, 60 a month for internet. Scam operations are done by people who truly engage in the idea that people are split between abused and abusers. And so they have decided to be the abusers. Really? They want to take away your money and justify it in any which way. Whack. That sucks. I'm glad there are channels who make it entertainment. Although I get second-hand embarrassment very fast for the fact that people scam other people, so I can't even watch the channels because I don't feel bad for the scammers. I feel bad that like there are people that exist out there like that. And it's hard for me to watch. Oh, yeah. You pay 25 for it? Oh, sweetie. Oh, you. On SFL. Thank you, Bach. Thank you. The modern piano's being developed during his career. Really? Did he get to play the modern piano then? Getting back to work. Have a good one, Bach. Thank you. Expose them. You guys would really like Bipsy. I know every time Bipsy gets a scam call, she turns it into a thing on her stream. I find it funny every time. You wish you could scam the scammers out of revenge. Honestly, Rim? If it were possible. I'm sure it is. I mean, some of them, I don't know if scam's the right word there, but some of them have been, at least had their time wasted. Like, plenty of times. Sorry, would not be able to see any of this, but I'm gonna force perspective. There, the perspective has been forced. If I need to remove it, I'll just remove it. Why you? Oh yes, I love that one. Why you redeemed the card? Yo, that dude got so mad. It's like, yeah, I know hours of your life got wasted, but bro, you could do other things. I don't know. I feel no pity for someone that scams someone else, but it's just well-tempered
That's not cadaver. What's that word? Flavor? Anti-scam YouTube and Twitch are some of my favorite content. I think you would really like Bipsy. Here, I'll give her a shout out. She does it every now and then. It's basically whenever someone calls her. It's a scam call people. Bipsy, she's so beautiful. Most of the programs they use can be manipulated? In what way? What do you mean? Anytime I get a scam call, answer with Luigi's Morgan Pizzeria. Your loss is our sauce. How may I help you? It scares them off. Oh no. Well, have a wonderful Lurkachiri. A Sobus Morgan Butcher. You stab him, we slap him. Oh, it's so good. I don't even get scam calls anymore. I do, but they don't show up in my my phone. They like sit there. What is it? It's like a filter that I have that filters them out, so I don't see them anymore. I'm missing out. Quick vibe check for y'all. It's not safe for work. It's a tricky question. All right, I'm ready. Speaking of not safe for work, for anyone that does do kind of more looty side stuff, just be careful on Twitch because I've been warned that Twitch's bunking system is a little wonky because of some of the stuff they've been working on in the background. I think they broke something, maybe. So it's been bunking people, so just be careful. If you like, for example, if you draw on Twitch and you start off with a naked base, not drawing any like nipples or anything, but if you start off with a naked base, just be careful. Like, even if you have to sketch out like a small bathing suit or something, just don't show that stuff. Random thought. I was like, wait, just in case. Did they get rid of the hips rule at least? No, they haven't actually changed anything. It's just that I think the assumption is that Twitch recently edited some stuff because of the new payment system and yada yada. And they might have accidentally messed with some of the bot stuff, question mark, or something happened recently. I don't think it's like a new change coming. I just think that the bot got a little messed up in coding. have a tech project I want to get started with in a month or so. The direct inspiration is a cosplayer from Twitter. Would it be creepy / sus to acknowledge them as an inspiration? Do you mean to acknowledge them in terms of asking them beforehand, or in terms of when you do finish it and you like post it and whatnot, you say the inspiration was this person, so and so? For the record, I don't think either of them is creepy or sus. I don't know like the full details about it, but the second one, yes. I don't think that's bad, just based off of what I'm hearing. I'm trying to think of if there's an example of a way that would be bad, but yeah, it's just like giving project. It's just like giving a credit, for example. I know, I stopped dancing. Gonna break my PC one of these days. Ooh. Secret spelling project begins? What secret project, Vasago? I am working on a project behind the scenes. Patreon knows about it, but I am not allowed to stream it. So there is a small sneaky project, but there's not a whole lot to it just yet, because I'm waiting on other people to do some stuff. We have to wait for the audio to be done first. Audio and the storyboard and stuff. Exciting though. Sorry about okay, Masako. Like when I put sound redeems in my stream, I said I was making them, you're the inspiration. Aw. Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't see a reason for that to be creepy or anything. I think that's fine. You tried to pass the vibe check? What was the vibe check? Ooh. Ooh. Just trying not to be perceived as creepy or sus. The hanging up. More of a me problem than anything else. Ah, I see, I see. Oh! Thank you, E-Man! I'll drink it right now. Right now. Right. What? Who did that? Thank you for the hat. Protection. Don't touch my spaghetti. Hi, Grim. How you doing today? Spaghetti. Oh. I dropped my camera. Hold on. Actually, you know what? No, I'll keep my camera on. I'm doing really well. Whoa, my gosh. We had a huge lore dump earlier. Like, lots of talk about lore earlier. It was a lot of fun. I always enjoy talking about the Academy. Oh yeah, I think it was Visago. I think it was. We were talking about how to make like Academy OCs. Oh, that's right. I was gonna go over some of the rules. I forgot. It's okay. What? And we made a new command. I'll show you. Stretch and save. All right, it's saving, and I will stretch. Ta-da! All right, let me stretch. Please. Yeah, okay, I just stretched. I gotta add the teeth, but... Yeah! I don't need to, but I think I'll add like a small... Lucky, welcome in. I've been doing pretty well. We are making some progress. Here, let me see if I can start adding, oh goodness, some color to this. No wait, I gotta do the face. I lied. Let me do the stuff on the face, and then we'll be good. The color. Oh no. I just realized this whole time I didn't have the reference open. No. No, the referencer. What is this? Oh yeah. I was like, why is this open? I've had this one open the whole entire time, the one on the left. We also finished the sketching for this one, so the sketching is done. But we didn't do that on stream. I was doing that off stream. Thank you. Ooh, welcome back! No worries, I completely understand, Grim. On my back. Wait, let me shimmy in my chair. There we go. Ooh, that's really exciting. Congratulations! Does that mean it's over, like, no more schooling ever? Like, the official, we done for real, for real? Not quite. Okay, a little bit more. Almost there. That's super exciting, though. It's over. Oh no, ow, my back. Ugh. This has been that kind of week for you. We believe in you. We believe. Give it a week or two to be hectic and then it'll settle down. Well, I don't know if settle down's the right word, but you know what I mean. At least you'll be doing something else. That'll be chaotic. All right, you guys ready to add some color? Some color. Oh! Who did that? Thank you for the week, drink my straw. I'll do it right now. More water. I ran out of energy drink, so I'm doing some water. Thank you for the save. What I like best about the save is when you guys redeem it, it auto saves. I don't even have to do anything. It just automatically saves. Which 99% of the time is a good thing. I can imagine one small percentage it wouldn't be a good thing, but meh, that's fine. And that would be if like I just control Z a bunch. And then it saves and I'm like, ooh! And then my power goes out and I'm like, ooh! But I do not foresee that happening. It is, yeah! Oh no, it actually auto-saves. My thing. You guys redeem it. Aw, Grim. That's good. That's good. Some killer. Actually, I'm gonna have to add some folders soon, because some of these don't even have folders yet. Or folder groups? Layers. Folders. Folders is right? What devices, Grim? Ooh. Are you gonna be able to take those with you? Oh, I forgot about the grades. Don't forget to check your grades, y'all. Go get them grades. Go get them good grades. Out. Bean. This was a Pokemon. Oh. Okay, okay. Okay, that makes sense. That's exciting. That's something to look forward to when you get back. I know it'll be a hot minute, but still. It's always nice to have something to look forward to. Oops. Wait, this is where it gets a little different. So the colors are gonna wind up changing a little bit, but I won't change them right now. I will keep them the way they are. So close. That's true. Very close. You're never an A+ student? Really? Soon. You will hit, Grim will be the first to hit 100. We're all failing. And Extra credit? Oops. Oh. Alright, this is where it stops having folders. So let me add some folders to color some of these. Like I said, a lot of these colors are not going to be a solid black color. But for right now, I will make it. And it'll be easy to change afterwards. Oh no. That's okay. Whee! We roll. No joke, I'm surprised, Drew. Today I turned in your drawing iPad. Aw, I see. Unless you do it on paper. You always could if you really wanted to, but yeah. I am surprised, Rib. Well, kind of. I mean, in school, they usually teach you a bunch of things and a lot of things you don't have an interest in. And it sounds like you were getting good grades once you started learning things you are interested in, which is very fair. Can't control Z. I've tried. I have tried to control Z on paper. It is impossible. Unless you have this magical thing called an eraser. Alright, let's go. History? Oh, I was awful at history because I can't remember things. I have no memory, bro. That's good. That's good, Grim. It's true though. Like, it's just a matter of how good you are at memorizing things for the grade numbers themselves. And I suck at memorizing things. Oh crap, I didn't even realize. Wait, I'm almost done. I just want to fill in the rest of this. Oh, Camino, thank you. Get an electric eraser? Basically eraser on a power drill? Wait, really? I still need to add the teeth. In fact, this isn't even gonna be this color. I don't know why I'm doing it, but nah. Alright, let's see how it looks. Whee! We're getting there, we're getting there. Duh. The comment above is correct. Oh, good work ever today, everyone. Exactly, Grove. Electric erasers are so helpful. What is an electric entity eraser on a power drill? I have never heard of that before. All right, gang, it is that time. It is that time. I will sneak away. But I just want to mention one more time, because we mentioned it throughout the stream. So for anyone who missed it, we now have a Kara. If you don't know what Kara is, it's a social media site, but it's not really social media. It feels more like a portfolio site. So if you guys want to see me slowly upload all of my old animations up until our current animations, I will be uploading onto that website my animations. We also finally have a YouTube channel for our VODs. I'm waiting for my YouTube channel to be verified so that I can actually upload videos, because right now I can only upload 5 videos a day, and I have almost 200 videos to upload, so that's not gonna work. So I need to upload. So I'm waiting to get verified, but once I do, I'll be able to start actually uploading over there. Our VODs, we're starting with episode 1. Episode 1, I'm thinking about doing, like, what do you guys think? 1 episode every other day? I mean, it's not a huge deal, but if I do 1 episode every other day, we have like 200 episodes. It'll be over a year, I'm not gonna lie, but it's yeah, I think it would be nifty. Now keep in mind, they are VODs, so feel free to skip through it. They're pretty long, so I don't expect anyone to sit there for 5 hours watching them. But it is there. That's the biggest thing, is that it is finally here. It is finally a thing, it's a real thing. Let's see. Sorry, I was looking at anything. I think that's about, is that everything that we talked about today? We have the new VOD channel, and then we have Kara. I think that's all we have so far. I'm excited for both of them, though. But alas, it is that time. It is that time. Come join me on a raid. We're gonna go say hi. They raided us the other day, and I want to go say hi to them. If you want to take a guess as to who it is. I'll give you one more hint. They are on Team Hanami, and if you did not know, I am on Team Hanami. Whee! That's right, I'm on a Twitch team. It's a bunch of cute creators, comfy creators. So I hope you guys, wait, Nishi's streaming right now? I don't know, I don't think Nishi's streaming. Is Nishi streaming? No. You bamboozled me. I thought, Lucky, I thought Nishi was streaming. Okay. Next time, hopefully I'll be able to catch Nishi's. I really want to do full body workouts. Oh, I already talked about it. Nishi's is super down for full body workouts, but I need to get the Slime VR first. So I'm just gonna sell myself out for one moment. One more moment, guys. You guys are gonna hate me. Over on the throne, we do have the Slime VR. That's all I was gonna say. Okay, that's all. Ooh, woo. But it was really fun. I'm actually looking forward to how this is looking so far. I didn't know, like, the sketch, you know, whenever you sketch something, Al, whenever you sketch something and you're like, yeah, this is okay, but I don't know, it doesn't look that great. That was me, but now I feel a lot better about it because it's out of sketch phase. Tomorrow we'll be working more on the eyeball animation. Ironic, because this is an eyeball animation, but we will be working more on this animation that we were working on yesterday. And maybe some background work, maybe? So we'll get there. We have so much animation going on. Oh crap, I didn't realize it was happening so fast. It was nice seeing